Hey guys. Check, 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 check. What's up, guys? Can you hear me okay? La da da. Okay, what's trading? Verve? Verve getting a wild deal. Kind of wild move. AMD and Nvidia have traded a lot. 40 million shares. One is flat, one is up 2%. Something called Digital Turbine is up 52%. I don't know what these guys do. Okay. Tesla down 3%. SoFi down 2, Ford down 1, Intel up 1, Palantir down 1, QUBT down 3%. It was down more earlier. Solar Edge down 37%, Enphase down 24%. Solar stocks getting killed on some government changes. Regencell, yet again, up 24%. Check something here. Discord. Sound too low? Intelli up 11%. Verve being acquired helps Intelli a bit. Reddit up 8%. Dine down 19%. That's kind of good for Sarepta, whatever happened here. Sounds risky. Doesn't have anything to do with DMD though. Make My Trip down 9%. That's an interesting company. Circle, unbelievable. I think it's a short. I haven't looked at Myriad in forever. Strategy down 4. T-Mobile down 4. Adobe down 3. No, I don't see the tweet. That's not good. What's up, Boston? Oh yeah, sorry about the resolution. So what exactly happened with solar? There, a bill, budget, something? I don't know. Justin Sun's really rich. I think he probably is gonna pump that stock, but I don't know. I think at some point the Eleventus is just priced out of the stock. Bitcoin's 104K.
Anything for Valley?
Fruit.
Fruit cut?
Of course, I've seen Regen sell. Come on, it's not shortable though. No borrow anywhere on the street. Wiz knows. Wiz is right. Don't talk much about the Lily deal. I mean, it's a decent deal. I'm so under the weather today. Just out of it. Oh, Jacob, I know. Oh, you're spelling it wrong. It's Sarepta. Sarepta, not Sarepta. It's Sarepta. I don't think you can short it, Jim. If you can short it, let me know because I would short it. Spell it right, or I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Okay? It's as simple as that. No, I don't think so, Crazy Pro. I think it actually gets worse because the FDA is gonna say, "Well, look what happened with Sarepta. We got to be a little more careful."
So,
Not really,
uh,
Sean.
I think you've said that early on in your life, math was more like a puzzle solving activity when you
Mhm.
were
Mhm.
young. When did you first encounter a problem or proof where you realized math can have a kind of elegance and beauty to it?
I am long Sarepta, for better or worse. I'm just tired. I need a day off. If there was only a day for racial equality. This guy, everyone keeps asking me if I heard of or have checked out RGC, my brother in Christ. We talked about this all day yesterday, William. Yeah, I need a snooze. Thank you, crazy. Good question. I don't know about that, Darren. Good question. Just guessing, frankly. No, I haven't Swift. What is it? I mean, Canada's a small country at the end of the day. Dylan, it means my account is down 47%. don't know, Alfonso. I really don't. Yeah, all biotech. Adam's not down much. Adam's been 20 for last year. Thanks, dog. Yeah, they're just spam bots. GitHub, you just type the name into the terminal. And if there's a name you're looking for or a company, we can prioritize that for you. So if you type Jane Street, just type Jane, and you'll see a number of people there. Type in their first name, like Michael. See a bunch of people there. Still long strap. Within the cell, the cortisol acts in three ways. First, the cortisol glucocorticoid receptor complex moves to the nucleus, where it binds as a homodimer to DNA sequences. Oh, I don't know about that, Larry. I'm pretty tall. Do you? I also, in the hedge fund industry, shorting is basically the whole idea of hedge funds. That's the hedge. The hedge is the short. So I don't know. Maybe you're not from Wall Street, but that's what hedging means. Can't say I know serotherapeutics, but maybe. If he lives, he lives. Cold. I have a heater here somewhere. Turn that on. It's really cold in New York. It's supposed to be summer. Lectin has that fruit pectin. Am I familiar with your gen cell? I guess it's because people want to go long or GC because they see it going up every day. They want to get on the ride. Tyrone, it's a good point. I really do need to do that. Well, I got all day to work and all day tomorrow, so going to focus on these binaries. These goddamn binaries. I got I and MB. You know what? Just for you, Tyrone, because it fucks with you. I really do. Fucks with you heavy. I'm going to put compass on my screen, man. Put compass on my screen just for you, man. Come on, man. M-A-N-E, main. There you go. It's right there. That's for the hood. That's keeping it a stack, just for you. Zero Therapeutics Holdings. What the hell? How is that possible? Oh, orphan drug status. That's not approval. That's just orphan drug status. Doesn't mean anything. Oh yeah, this thing's fake. I was shorted. Tyrone's a real one for sure. Oh, for sure. Zero is not shortable. C-R-O. Damn, that looks good. A good one. Pop Mart. I don't know what that. Oh, I heard of that. Labubu. Man, I don't know. I'm wasting my goddamn time, man.
China. 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 China.
Deny Iran. Stay on top of the war. Alt is still a zero, yeah. I want to look at the home builders more closely at some point. I don't have time right now. I'm looking at Inmune. I don't know them too well, Vlad, honestly. I mean, they're, let's see how the Bristol drug is selling. They should sell well. I mean, Biggest daily movers, usually 5 cents or lower. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Was good. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna short more INMB. That's what I do. Yeah. I'm actually finally. Am I profitable on this yet? I might be. I might be profitable on D Wave now. Well, it doesn't. I don't think it shows all my trades. Let me see. Okay, this shows more of my trades. So I shorted D Wave. Wow. Starting at 553. Then at 8, 10, 6, 12, 14. 15, 16, 17. Looks like my average is 10. But it's hard to. It's a little hard to understand on this thing. Yeah, I don't. Like some of my lots are profitable. That's why I'm confused by the Schwab display. Oh man. What do you mean, pet food guy? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? I get paid to advise others when to short? I don't get paid to advise anybody. Oh, Chanos. Okay, got it. Yeah. I don't know what to. I don't know what to say about Chanos. I'm sure he gets some trades, some good trades, but I don't know. I think they're better short sellers. Yeah, QUBT is a good short. It's my biggest position, actually. I'm not a car guy. Yeah, everybody's got that trade on though, Robert. Everybody in the hood's got that trade on. Whole hood doing that. Yeah, read it, Toby. Anemia is not that exciting. There's a lot of ways to treat anemia in CKD. Yeah, he shorts good companies sometimes, which his size is too big to short like the crap that I short. But he should be shorting quantum, for example. Carvana's, you need sort of the markets to turn for Carvana to go down, I think. Yeah, people have been saying about that about HIF drugs for 20 years. Still hasn't happened. Comfy on the circle short. Okay, we stay comfy in here. Motley Fool, baby. I wonder if I could find Rick Orford and talk to him about quantum. Rick Orford. Who is this guy? Who the hell is this guy? Covered calls for monthly income.
The Financially Independent Millennial. I wrote the book because when I was young, I listened to no one. I dropped out of high school. I made pretty much every financial mistake possible.
This guy's 240 views. I don't think we need to pick on him.
Can solve problems in mere minutes that would take supercomputers a million years to solve. A million years in mere minutes.
What?
However, some institutions aren't buying it. So what's really happening?
That guy looks like
Is
an
D-Wave
institution.
about to transform the world with its quantum computers? Because let me tell you something, D-Wave stock is up by around 1,300% on a 52-week scale, but it's losing money every single quarter. So is now the time to buy the stock? Or maybe you should stay away. That's what we're going to answer today. Hi, my name is Rick Orford, and I help investors like you make more informed decisions. And while I'm not a financial advisor, I have been trading stocks and options since 1999, and that's mean I've seen about everything. And you all know how much I love researching new stocks and finding the next best investment opportunity. By the way, I want to thank the Motley Fool for sponsoring this video. The Motley Fool is a company that provides investing insights and stock recommendations for investors of all skill sets and risk levels. And y'all know how much I love researching new stocks and finding the next. Wave Quantum Incorporated is one of the pioneers in the quantum computing space. Currently headquartered in Palo Alto, California, they specialize in a process that's said to efficiently
Is this supposed
count
to
by
be a beach
scanning
house?
this QR code, or just click the link in the description. Now, let's have a look at some reasons to invest in D-Wave. Practical. Only a few are looking at quantum computing.
I just need this guy's phone
Take
number.
1 million their quantum computers. Well, even though they're not already ready yet, once they are, they could be a crushing defeat for smaller businesses.
This guy, he's so crushed. This guy lives in Canada? Oh my god. My god. Random media, hey? Is he a real estate agent, you think? I think this could be his number. Let's see.
The number you dialed is not in service. I want to call these jerks up so bad.
Imagine he's on Bloomberg. That'd be so dope. Somehow I think he's not. You think that's it, Anna? I'll try it.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail for Rick Orford. Please leave a message.
Hey Rick, Martin Shkreli here. I'm a quantum computing investor. Want to talk shop? You can hit me up at cell phone number. You're welcome to call me at any time. I wanted to discuss your article and point out a few data points I've collected on quantum. Thanks, man. This poor guy is like just desperately trying to make ends meet, writing freelance articles for Motley Fool. Motley Fool's like, listen, man, your job is to write a quantum computing article that includes the word trillion. If it doesn't include the word trillion, you don't get paid. Understand? Okay. Yeah, let him know. Let him know, Anna. Let him know. Galt is fruit pectin, IV fruit pectin. What the? Every dog has its day, right? Might have something with Trump coming, you know? They got some Trump connections. 4% Pakistanis responsible for 64% of child sexual abuse in the UK. What's that got to do with the price of tea in China? Alejandro. They call me Alejandro. Alejandro. I top tick and bottom tick everything. Interesting, Ryan. Yeah, institutional apes indeed. It's definitely not retail apes. Institutions that want to be on AI. More AI. MUH. More AI. I'm gonna short some Lays. This thing's a dog. LAES. Eight's top forever, buddy. All right? Eight's top forever. No significant changes. Well, actually, I mean, somewhat significant. I mean, I am focused on INMB as a potential big win. Haters are going to hate the comeback, but, you know, INMB likely to fail in the next 7 or 8 business days here. I'll be back. 5 minutes. Sorry, guys. Have to take a break. Rigetti related break. I'll see you later. 5-10 minutes. Hello. Hello. We hitting the gas. What up, guys? Fellow gas GG enjoyers. Mark, maybe. Thank you. Is tomorrow Juneteenth? Are we getting high? Who's getting high with me? Yeah, you know what it is, James. We found the scam. Simple scam, baby. You know, they put me in jail. Skrelly is I could see a scam a mile away. Well, guys tried to sell me, they would try to sell me shit in jail all the time trying to get over one on Skrelly. Hell no. I would smack the shit out of their hands. I'd say, come up denied. Come up denied. Get out of my face. Well, too bad, Rocalc. My superposition, bro. Bro, no, quantum's real, bro. For real. I understand it. I'm a quantum physicist. Totally real. NMB is down. You ain't got the cards, bro. You ain't fucking got the cards.
Oh, halfway.
I tried to help.
I've never worked on Wall Street, but I'm trying to help you. I know what to do. I have no experience and no money, but I know what to do. I can pick 4 letters better than you. Why? I don't know, but I just can. Shut the fuck up. Fucking bozos. I think, a lot of people get confused that just because stocks are like easy to describe syntactically, that somehow like that makes the job easier. It's kind of like, I don't know. Does that make sense? Chief Shinonen. You know how many people call me stupid, it turns out. It's funny, I've been around the world, met a lot of people, presidents, senators. I don't get the stupid a lot. It's not often, no. Not many CEOs, people who work for me. I don't hear stupid. You guys think I'm stupid? That doesn't seem like that really describes me well, but if that's what you want to do, I mean, what am I gonna? I can't disagree with you, but I don't usually hear that one. Is that how you guys describe me? I'll dunk on anyone. I don't give a fuck. If I'm in the mood, I'll tear you down. I'll tear a homeless guy down. What the fuck are you doing, you bum? Get off the fucking floor. I'll take my jacket off. I'll make me fucking smack you. Come here. I don't care if you're on drugs. Come here. Take him by the ear. You are on quantum. Yeah, you know quantum really well. Okay, Scott Aronson. Did you teach with Scott Aronson? Do you know John Preskill? What are your credentials? You're just a fucking bag holder. You believe in the fucking Barretts. You believe in fucking... Who do you believe in? Who's your quantum expert? Nicolo? Man, you don't know the physicists. You don't understand any of this shit. I told you. No, you need communication skills is what you fucking need. You need to learn how to type faster, complete sentences, gather your thoughts, and make impactful statements. It's not that hard. This is why you're not successful in life. You can't do these things. It's elemental. I know. I know who D-Rock was. What does it have to do with anything? I asked you a question. Now you're making me lose my fucking chess game. What's your what is your expertise? Who are you? You haven't said shit. You don't know shit. Fucking LARPing. I went to prison. I'm proud of it. But that's quite orthogonal to the point here. But if you want to have a competition on who's a bigger threat to the hegemony politics, then we could do that. We can talk all about that because you're nobody. You're not a threat to anybody. There's no reason anybody would ever arrest you. You're impotent. Uselessly impotent. Yeah, but you have to post your LinkedIn or something, you fool. You're just an anon. My track record is better than yours. Yes, okay, Santa Claus, great. Well, thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you for joining us. It's wonderful to meet you finally. Post your fucking LinkedIn. Post your name. Fucking losers. Fucking loser. Yeah, I'm done with you unless you make a smart complete sentence. You don't seem like an English first language guy either, by the way. You're definitely not English first language. I can tell that off the rip. Off the rip. You Indian, homie? Are you Indian? This is a wonder. Don't lie. Are you Indian? Yeah, you can call. I can set up a call. Sure, no problem. Call in. When's this? Give me a second. You can call. Shit. I don't have anything against Indians, but in a war of words, I'll do whatever it takes to win. I don't fucking know you. What do you mean, remember? I don't remember anything about you. You're a fucking useless piece of shit. How can I you think I remember every interaction I have with scum? With useless scum? No, in fact, I don't. That's like saying, do you remember every soap bubble in the shower? No, I don't. I disregard that. I don't waste my brain on that. Why would I waste my brain on this? Do you
Ready
remember
to connect.
every
Click
leaf
connect
you
to
stepped
show
over
now.
in your life? Nope. I do not remember every leaf I stepped over in my life.
You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web
All right,
interface.
well, there's the number.
Audio recording is on. Dual channel.
Bad memory. I can't remember every little piece of shit I talk to or meet or anything. Oh, are you the lady? Are you that D-Wave lady? I like you. I'm gonna put my dick in you. If you're a lady, you're cool. I like you. She got some big ass cupids. SBF pardon? It's announced? Don't you ever tell me to chill. Ever. Exactly, AM. Exactly. Clark, it sounds like you want to be banned, brother. Seems like you want to be banned from here. Yeah, it's probably higher than 7%, Lenny. It's between you and me. Don't tell anybody, but I might know what's happening there. 7% might be a little low. Just saying. What's good, what's good?
Martin Shkreli. In 15 seconds or less, please state your name and the topic you are calling about after the tone. Then press the pound key.
Hey, this is Martin Shkreli showing that the phone number does work. We have ourselves a pussy. I don't know how you could be that scared of your own persona. Be proud of yourself, even if you haven't accomplished anything. Be proud. Yeah, we have other callers. I mean, let's take this call. Hello? Hello? He hung up. Nine days left. Are you're the one calling from Thailand? You're really calling from Thailand, dog? Come on, man. You can't be calling me from Thailand. Oh, no. Stop hanging up. It's scary to get on the phone. Oh, no. I cry. Maybe you can find Joe Springer for us. Is America too expensive for you? Are you chickening out every time? It goes straight to answer phone. It goes straight to answer phone. Idiot. Somebody else call me, man. I want to talk to somebody. 608-830-9900. Somebody else give me a call. You don't know how to spell. It's Y-O-U''RE. But just ignore this guy. Give me a buzz. 608-830-9900. This is my screen. You can see he hangs up after 5 seconds each time. Just keeps hanging up. Poor Thai caller. How this works. I'd be scared to fire him too. What a loser. Definitely a quantum bull. Alright, you don't have to be scared. Peter Chapman's taking all your money. Clark, is it time for you to go, buddy? Nobody wants to talk to me? Oh, wait, I do have some callers. What's up?
Yo, what up, Mark?
Yo, how's it going?
Not much, dude. I'm just chilling, man. Back in it, dude. Got back in ADMA today.
Okay.
Got to move some things around.
Yeah.
Yo, what's with chat like crying and being all butthurt today?
I don't know. I think I have the Thailand dude on here. I just.
All right, yo, if you got the Thailand dude on here, then go find him, man.
Yeah, he's supposed to be. I don't know. I think I have no clue if he's on here or not or what. But
We say anyway.
thanks for checking in. Anything else I could help you with?
Nah, dude, that's it, man. Take care.
All right. Hey, brother, how are you?
Martin.
Yes, sir. Sorry I owe you a call
Hey.
back. It's been very crazy. How are you?
Good, man. I think you know who I am, but
Of course,
it's okay
yes.
if you don't.
No,
yeah,
I
yeah,
do.
yeah, yeah.
I owe you a call back. I still have a post-it.
No, not at all. No,
I
not
have
at
a
all. You don't
post-it
owe me
note
anything.
with your
No,
phone
you don't owe
number.
me. No, you don't owe me anything. But I just curious because I know you did some, I think, nakeds for Sava when you scored some options and stuff. So
Yep.
I just a respectful question. How come you didn't do it for some of the quantums, like just to hedge out?
I did.
Um,
I did, which is why I still
like
have
buy
some.
some out of the money calls or some shit like that. So
Yeah.
I
No,
just
I did a little bit of that.
yeah.
But these have been very stubborn shorts, to say the
Yeah.
least. But yeah, how's everything else?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's kind of like what like I'm a huge fan. I'm at the office right now, and I have you, on one monitor watching it. It's not only very insightful, as I mentioned to you, super insightful but very entertaining.
Thanks, man.
Love your Trump impersonations. Love every Warren Buffett's another one that's one of the best.
Thank you. Yeah, anything
And
could-
I hope I won't piss off your fans or your callers, but sometimes I wonder why you even stream and deal with, I'm going to be respectful. I'm not going to
No,
say
no
what I
problem. It's fine.
have
It's
on my
fine.
mind, but
I consider you a friend. I mean, obviously we're trying to grow Godel. That's my
Yeah.
primary responsibility. I think I'm interested in and excited in, making this kind of connection. I do think like if you look at the path of Bloomberg, I think that you kind of and Thomson Reuters, you kind of have to have your own media company as well as the information company because news is information in a lot of ways. So like we are going to hire like reporters and at some point we'll expand the stream into much more of like a show or a channel or like something really well done with guests and a set and all that stuff and really try to be Bloomberg at every single thing they do, whether it's financial information, media, content, whatever. It's a new generation out there. Guys like you, guys like me that are younger but still professionals. We're sort of tired of like CNBC hasn't changed in 40 years, and Bloomberg
Yeah.
hasn't changed in 40 years. And I do think it'll be a new era is coming.
yeah, understood. But I agree with you at the point of grabbing that chick, Katy Perry.
She's great.
I think you poach. I think we should poach her, and
no,
just
she's open for it. She's very smart.
she should fire that clown. That one dude
Yeah.
that you made cry.
She knows finance. She
hurt his feelings pretty bad. I think.
so. Yeah. Well, I think you have to do the homework. I mean, when these stocks drop 90%, which is like guaranteed, it's just a question of when, people will remember that and say, well, next time this happens, maybe I won't get so excited about a buzzword that I don't understand. And, the reality is that, I should look before I leap. But, it's human nature. I mean, that's what people do. And you can't change human nature. And it's not easy, as you can see. I mean, whether it's the long side, short side, both sides, it's never easy. And, you know,
Well, it's never easy. I mean, people who think it's easy, they're, you know, effing delusional. You know,
guys like you, that
you
were,
and I know that, you know, because you've worked with the best, obviously, and you know, it's never easy. There's always a trade somewhere, but it's never easy. I mean, even, you know, someone that we marvel, you know, Kramer or,
yeah.
you know, just the legends, you know, they're always very humble. You know, they're
yeah.
not about, yeah.
I mean, the hedge funds that I've looked at over the years, every one of them had a period where they got hurt, got stung, and you know you have to come back from it. But I think that you're right. Humility is important, and you know you work at one of the top places. Of course, I will never say who or what, but
Yeah.
it's you know it's being a professional and grinding is it's a privilege. You know, I mean, I think you know the people from the sidelines don't get it that you know Wall Street's a really big place, lots of people all across the country, and you know we all want to win, but you know we have to work hard and satisfy our clients, whether you know it's buy side, sell side, hedge funds, doesn't matter. Even Elliott or you know Bluecrest or some of these other big firms, they all have clients, and you know whether you got a small client or a huge client, your job's to make the client happy. And one of the biggest ways to do it is if you make a mistake, you got to own it, and your client will trust you. You know, for me, I've made some mistakes on the quantum stocks. I don't think they were analysis mistakes, but maybe timing and sizing mistakes. And you know, I own those. I have to live with that, and I put my performance up every day, just as a truth in advertising. Like, yeah, this has been a really painful trade, but most other people will, you know, they'll delete a tweet, they'll sweep it under the rug. Like, look, it is what it is. And I've been in this position before and have made 20, 30, 40, 50x afterwards. But
Yeah.
drawdowns are going to happen if you're going to swing for the fences like I do. And, you know, I am looking forward to being up, you know, very soon, but it's painful, but at least, you know, you got to keep it real with your clients. You know, if I stop streaming or if I put a manipulated number on my screen, you know, I'm sure other people do that, you know, or they don't even talk about it at all.
Dude, you know that. It's more so than me because, you know, I'm filtered in what I could see and stuff, but you know, it's crazy times. You know, they you know, people post their winnings. It's like, well, that's great. You know, I'm not all about taking victory laps. Never have. You know, and maybe you know, first 2 years of my idiotic, you know, pretentious little rookie years. You know, but you know, I grew out of that really fast. You know, just got spanked and just say, hey, you don't do that type of shit. You're gonna look like a clown. So, like, when they post winnings, it's just cringe. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, who cares? Number one, who cares? Because we always know there's another side of the trade. And we've been there before, you know, but, you know, your quantum trade, the trade's not done yet. So, you know, we're going to ride on, and it's going to be fun. And 2.0 with Shay. So that's going to be epic.
Listen, I had dinner last night with somebody I consider a top venture capitalist, and then somebody from one of the biggest hedge funds in the world. And he was telling me about an interesting quantum company on the East Coast that's not public that, you know, maybe making a pretty serious advance. So it's an interesting space. No matter what happens, the future of computing, whether it's NVIDIA or AMD or, you know, potentially a quantum company, or even my friend Guillaume, his thermodynamic company, this is going to be a cool space for decades to come. And, you know, if you're a fan of technology, you're going to watch it, and we'll be able to say to our grandkids, I remember when NVIDIA became the top and Intel was, you know, when I was a kid, Intel was the top, and they're going to say, Dad, what's Intel? You know, they're going to be playing on their quantum iPhones or something.
Well, it's like what was about a week or 2 weeks ago, you asked chat, like, you know, name some famous or infamous .com, you know, names that, you know, you guys traded, remembered, you know, it's just littered of them, you know. But
it's I mean, in fact, a lot of people, the guy I had dinner with was, you know, he wasn't young, because he's pretty much at the top of Wall Street. But I could tell he was a couple years younger than me. And like I would reference some stocks from like 25 years ago, and I could see him like being like, "Who?" You know what?
Yeah.
And that's normal because you are how old you are, and old timers used to do that to me. They used to tell me about some stocks from the 80s or 70s. There was a big conglomerate craze in the 80s. One of them was this. Oh man, I can't remember. I'm blanking on the name. It was this gigantic conglomerate. It was called like ITX or something like that. There was a bunch of these, and most of them sort of or Teledyne or Teleflex. I forget exactly, but some of these stocks from the 70s and 80s that were like really big, like these stocks are to us now. Of course we don't know those stocks because it's so many years ago, but I do think history helps a lot, and I like to do that and check out hear stories from the older guys who tell me about like epic short squeezes of the past and stuff like that. And of course I've been trading since I was a little kid, but it's a lot of fun to talk to the older dudes, and I know you're probably around a few guys like that. Who remember the markets.
I value those so much, because their war stories and their wisdom, it's like invaluable. I think the new generation, if they're listening, and there's a lot of value to that. Like many of the videos that you play, they should really hone down on that, like the Druck video.
Right.
The dude's all about humility, and he's the first one to say, like, I make mistakes all the time,
Yeah. And look at Roaring Kitty or other people that they're the people that they idolize, and it's really not great role models. There are young guys Kitty's age on the street trading billions. They're just not known. They're getting guys like they're not looking for YouTube views. They're not looking for that stuff, but they're out there. And by the time they get as old as Druck, they kind of open their publicity a little bit because they're comfortable. But right now there's plenty of guys that are my age, your age, that are just crushing it, and you never know who they are unless you're plugged into Wall Street, which is why Godel, I hope that it allows people to sort of get a glimpse of what that looks like, because once you start hearing some of those names, you might be able to oh, this guy's going to be at this party, or oh, this guy, do you know this guy? And then all of a sudden you connect dots, and before you know it, you're off to the races, which is how a lot of these big breaks happen. You just have to be nosy enough and knowledgeable enough to ask. Like I asked my friend the other day, he worked at Millennium. I think it's like the biggest hedge fund in the world, or second biggest. And I said, who's the big shots at Millennium? I made him a little bit uncomfortable, but he's my buddy for a long time. I said, who manages the most money there? Because there's 1,000 people that work there, and there's like 200 pods or portfolios, but who's number one? And he gave me some names, and I learned a lot more. And I started to wonder, like, okay, now I have more information. If I bump into somebody or I hear that name again, I'm prepared to make a connection. And I'm somebody who a lot of people say, oh, you don't need to make connections. Everyone already knows you, but I'm still hustling for connections and networking. So, the more names you put in your mental Rolodex, the more you can be aware and be ready for the golf course or the airport. You happen to be sitting next to somebody important and you don't even notice it. Those kinds of chance interactions, are super huge. I got my first hedge fund job because this dude I was friends with as a teenager, his neighbor was a top hedge fund manager. That was it. So, you never know how you're going to get, plugged in, but if you never ask and you never are aware of what's going on, you're not going to be able to capitalize on opportunities. But in any event, I'm babbling.
No, that's I resonate with that. I mean, my tiny little world, I'm inferior to your background, but my little story was I worked at a surf shop, of all things, and these retail brokers would, drive by around 2:00, and the market closes in the West Coast at 1, as you know. And I would see these guys, they're all tanned and ready to, they're just coming in the surf shop and buy wax and stuff. And I'm thinking like, well, these guys do get off work at 1:30,
Right.
to go surfing in the afternoon. What a great lifestyle. They're, popping out of their Beamers or their, convertible Porsche and stuff, the full lifestyle. So I was sucked into that, or, that initially, I'm just going, what do you guys do? In old school word, obviously it's been bastardized as, oh, I'm a stockbroker,
Right.
I'm thinking like, what is that? I was clueless. I just went to just regular, standard university studying marketing because it's the best. Because my girlfriend was a sorority chick at the time. She told me like the hottest girls,
Exactly.
exactly. That were in marketing, classes. Forget finance. I went, okay, yeah, all right, yeah. And, yeah, my head wasn't screwed up properly at that time, obviously, but.
I love your neck of the woods too. I go there a lot, so when I'm out there, I'll hit you up.
No, it'd be fun if I'm gonna probably go to New York within like 3-4 months. Maybe I'm glad. I think 2-3 weeks ago or last week you mentioned you had a beer. You don't drink much, but you did have a beer with a buddy. So it's good to hear that because when I'm in New York, it would be great to grab a beer. If you could, if I could grab a couple minutes of your time, it would be awesome.
Anytime.
It'd be super privileged to meet you. So.
No, it's our privilege, and you can be my wifey too. She'll be here. So.
Nice. All right. Hey, I'll let you go. Thank you for taking my call and great work as always. Honestly,
Thank you.
Your stuff is just solid gold.
Thank you so much. You're too kind.
All right.
See you.
All right. Take care.
That dude's really cool, and he's a top dog. He's on Wall Street. Serious dude. I'm gonna end the call now, end the show because we just did it for that dude who didn't even show, which is a shame because and that's what usually happens when somebody challenges me in chat. I'm excited because I'm gonna tear you apart like I tore up Shay. You're just like a little stuffed animal, and I'm just like a pit bull, like, limb from limb. I can understand why you wouldn't want to join the call. It's dangerous. Ego death. You want ego death? Come talk to me. Shai's still shook from that shit. He's still shook. Chaucer, you tried to call 100 times, buddy. It's over for you. It's over for you. You're just a liar. You lie about everything. Hey Luke, I saw your call. Sorry I couldn't sit in chat. Yeah, waste of time, man. Could have made something cool. Could have made something epic. Could have made some content. But your Thai ass got too scared. That makes sense though, because Thailand is full of pussies. Ken! Love you, Ken.
That's a good question. When I came to graduate school in Princeton, so John Conway was there at the time. He passed away a few years ago. But I remember one of the very first research talks I went to was a talk by Conway on what he called extreme proof. So Conway just had this amazing way of thinking about all kinds of things in a way that you wouldn't normally think of. So he thought of proofs themselves as occupying some sort of space. So if you want to prove something, let's say that there's infinitely many primes. Okay, you have all different proofs, but you could rank them in different axes. Like some proofs are elegant, some proofs are long, some proofs are elementary, and so forth. And so there's this cloud. So the space of all proofs itself has some sort of shape. And so he was interested in extreme points of this shape, like out of all these proofs, what's the one that is the shortest at the expense of everything else, or the most elementary, or whatever. And so he gave some examples of well-known theorems, and then he would give what he thought was the extreme proof in these different aspects. I just found that really eye-opening. That it's not just getting a proof for a result was interesting, but once you have that proof, trying to optimize it in various ways. That proof proofing itself had some craftsmanship to it. It's something for my writing style that like when you do your math assignments and as an undergraduate, your homework and so forth, you're sort of encouraged to just write down any proof that works, okay, and hand it in and get as long as it gets a tick mark, you move on. But if you want your results to actually be influential and be read by people, it can't just be correct. It should also be a pleasure to read, motivated, be adaptable to generalize to other things. It's the same in many other disciplines, like coding. There's a lot of analogies between math and coding. I like analogies if you haven't noticed. Like you can code something spaghetti code that works for a certain task, and it's quick and dirty and it works. But there's lots of good principles for writing code well, so that other people can use it, build upon it, and so on. And it has fewer bugs and whatever. And there's similar things with mathematics. So
yeah, first of all, there's so many beautiful things there, and Conway is one of the great minds in mathematics ever and computer science. Just even considering the space of proofs, and saying, okay, what does this space look like, and what are the extremes? Like you mentioned, coding as an analogy is interesting because there's also this activity called code golf.
Oh yeah.
Which I also find beautiful and fun, where people use different programming languages to try to write the shortest possible program that accomplishes a particular task.
Yeah.
Then I believe there's even competitions on this.
Yeah.
And
D-Wave offers the services to customer at no charge? What? No, we've shorted. I've shorted INMB.
Okay, I've requested a D-Wave access. Does there a button work on here? Oh man, this is crazy. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't want to make D-Wave's numbers go up.
It's also a nice way to stress test not just the sort of the programs, or in this case the proofs, but also the different languages. Maybe that's a different notation or whatever to use to accomplish a different task.
Yeah, you learn a lot. I mean, it may seem like a frivolous exercise, but it can generate all these insights, which if you didn't have this artificial objective to pursue, you might not see.
What to you is the most beautiful or elegant equation in mathematics? I mean, one of the things that people often look to in beauty is the simplicity. So if you look at E equals mc squared, so when a few concepts come together, that's why the Euler identity is often considered the most beautiful equation in mathematics. Do you find beauty in that one, in the Euler identity?
Yeah, well, as I said, I mean, what I find most appealing is connections between different things that you. So if you e to the pi I equals -1. So yeah, people are, use all the fundamental constants. Okay, that's cute. But to me, so the exponential function was introduced by Euler to measure exponential growth. So compound interest or decay, or anything which is continuously growing, continuously decreasing, growth and decay or dilation or contraction is modeled by the exponential function. Whereas pi comes around from circles and rotation. Right? If you want to rotate a needle, for example, 180 degrees, you need to rotate by pi radians. And I, complex numbers, represents the swapping between real and imaginary axes, so a 90-degree rotation, so a change in direction. So the exponential function represents growth and decay in the direction that you already are. When you stick an I in the exponential, it's instead of motion in the same direction as your current position, it's motion at right angles to your current position, so rotation. And then so e to the pi equals -1 tells you that if you rotate for time pi, you end up at the other direction. So it unifies geometry through dilation and exponential growth, or dynamics, through this act of complexification, rotation by I. So it connects together all these fields of mathematics. Yeah, dynamics, geometry, and the complex numbers, they're all considered almost, they're all next door neighbors in mathematics because of this identity.
Do you think the thing you mentioned is cute, the collision of notations from these disparate fields is just a frivolous side effect, or do you think there is legitimate value in when the notation, our old friends come together and unite?
Well, it's confirmation that you have the right concepts. So when you first study anything, you have to measure things and give them names. And initially, sometimes because your model is, again, too far off from reality, you give the wrong things the best names. And you only find out later what's really important.
Physicists can do this sometimes. I mean, but it turns out okay.
So actually, with physics, okay, so E equals mc squared. Okay, so one of the big things was the E, right? So when Aristotle first came up with his laws of motion, and then Galileo and Newton and so forth, they saw the things they could measure. They could measure mass and acceleration and force and so forth. And so Newtonian mechanics, for example, F equals ma was the famous Newton's second law of motion. So those were the primary objects. So they gave them the central billing in the theory. It was only later, after people started analyzing these equations, that there always seemed to be these quantities that were conserved. So in particular, momentum and energy. And it's not obvious that things have an energy. Like, it's not something you can directly measure the same way you can measure mass and velocity, and so forth. But over time, people realized that this was actually a really fundamental concept. Hamilton, eventually in the 19th century, reformulated Newton's laws of physics into what's called Hamiltonian mechanics, where the energy, which is now called the Hamiltonian, was the dominant object. Once you know how to measure the Hamiltonian of any system, you can describe completely the dynamics, like what happens to all the states. Like it really was a central actor, which was not obvious initially. And this helped, actually, this change of perspective really helped when quantum mechanics came along. Because the early physicists who studied quantum mechanics, they had a lot of trouble trying to adapt their Newtonian thinking, because everything was a particle and so forth, to quantum mechanics, because now everything was a wave. It just looked really, really weird. Like, you ask, what is the quantum version of F equals ma? And it's really, really hard to give an answer to that. But it turns out that the Hamiltonian, which was so secretly behind the scenes in classical mechanics, also is the key object in quantum mechanics. That there's also an object called a Hamiltonian. It's a different type of object. It's what's called an operator rather than a function. But again, once you specify it, you specify the entire dynamics. So there's something called Schrodinger's equation that tells you exactly how quantum systems evolve once you have the Hamiltonian. So side by side, they look completely different objects. Like, so one involves particles, one involves waves, and so forth. But with this centrality, you could start actually transferring a lot of intuition and facts from classical mechanics to quantum mechanics. So, for example, in classical mechanics, there's this thing called Noether's theorem. Every time there's a symmetry in a physical system, there is a conservation law. So the laws of physics are translation invariant. Like, if I move 10 steps to the left, I experience the same laws of physics as if I was here. And that corresponds to conservation momentum. If I turn around by some angle, again, I experience the same laws of physics. This corresponds to conservation of angular momentum. If I wait for 10 minutes, I still have the same laws of physics. So there's time translation invariance. This corresponds to the law of conservation of energy. So there's this fundamental connection between symmetry and conservation. And that's also true in quantum mechanics, even though the equations are completely different. But because they're both coming from the Hamiltonian controls everything. Every time the Hamiltonian has a symmetry, the equations will have a conservation law. So it's once you have the right language, it actually makes things a lot cleaner. One of the problems why we can't unify quantum mechanics and general relativity yet, we haven't figured out what the fundamental objects are. Like, for example, we have to give up the notion of space and time being these almost Euclidean type spaces, and it has to be, we kind of know that at very tiny scales, there's going to be quantum fluctuations. There's a space-time foam, and trying to use Cartesian coordinates x, y, z is going to be it's a non-starter. But we don't know what to replace it with. We don't actually have the mathematical concepts. The analog of the Hamiltonian that sort of organized everything.
Does your gut say that there is a theory of everything? So this is even possible to unify, to find this language that unifies general relativity and quantum mechanics?
I believe so. I mean, the history of physics has been that of unification, much like mathematics over the years. Electricity and magnetism were separate theories, and then Maxwell unified them. Newton unified the motions of the heavens with the motions of objects on the earth and so forth. So it should happen. It's just that the again, to go back to this model of the observations and theory, part of our problem is that physics is a victim of its own success. That our two big theories of physics, general relativity and quantum mechanics, are so good now, is that together they cover 99.9% of sort of all the observations we can make. And you have to either go to extremely insane particle accelerations or the early universe or things that are really hard to measure in order to get any deviation from either of these two theories to the point where you can actually figure out how to combine them together. But I have faith that we've been doing this for centuries. We've made progress before. There's no reason why we should stop.
Do you think it will be a mathematician that develops a theory of everything?
What often happens is that when the physicists need some theory of mathematics, there's often some precursor that the mathematicians worked out earlier. So when Einstein started realizing that space was curved, he went to some mathematician and asked, is there some theory of curved space that the mathematicians already came up with that could be useful? And he said, oh yeah, there's I think Riemann came up with something. And so yeah, Riemann had developed Riemannian geometry, which is precisely a theory of spaces that are curved in various general ways, which turned out to be almost exactly what was needed for Einstein's theory. This is going back to Wigner's unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. I think the theories that work well to explain the universe tend to also involve the same mathematical objects that work well to solve mathematical problems. Ultimately, they're just sort of both ways of organizing data in useful ways.
It just feels like you might need to go some weird land that's very hard to intuit. Like you have like string theory.
Yeah, that was a leading candidate for many decades. I think it's slowly falling out of fashion because it's not matching experiment.
So one of the big challenges, of course, like you said, is experiment is very tough.
Yes,
because of how effective
Yeah.
both theories are. But the other is like just you're talking about, you're not just deviating from space time. You're going into like some crazy number of dimensions.
Yeah,
You're doing
yeah.
all kinds of weird stuff that to us, we've gone so far from this flat Earth that we started at, like you mentioned.
Yeah,
that now we're just it's very hard to use our limited ape descendants of cognition to intuit what that reality really is like.
This is why analogies are so important. The round Earth is not intuitive because we're stuck on it. But round objects in general, we have pretty good intuition over, and we have intuition about light works and so forth. And like it's actually a good exercise to actually work out how eclipses and phases of the sun and the moon and so forth can be really easily explained by round Earth and round moon. And models, and you can just take a basketball and a golf ball and a light source and actually do these things yourself. So the intuition is there, but you have to transfer it.
That is a big leap intellectually for us to go from flat to round Earth, because our life is mostly lived in flatland.
Yeah.
To load that information, and we're all like take it for granted. We take so many things for granted because science has established a lot of evidence for this kind of thing. But we're on a round rock, flying through space.
Yeah.
And it's a big leap, and you have to take a chain of those leaps the more and more and more we progress.
Right. Yeah. So modern science is maybe again a victim of its own success. Is that in order to be more accurate, it has to move further and further away from your initial intuition. And so, for someone who has
Well, there was a book, Flatland, a long time ago. Nothing will ever be perfectly priced. I drink a lot of coffee. Hard to keep concentration. Everyone struggles with it. Just got to do your best. Stay motivated.
Hasn't gone through the whole process of science education. It looks more and more suspicious because of that. So we need more grounding. I mean, I think there are scientists who do excellent outreach, but there's lots of science things that you can do at home. There's lots of YouTube videos. I did a YouTube video recently of Grant Sanderson. We talked about this earlier. That how the ancient Greeks were able to measure things like the distance to the moon, distance to the Earth, and using techniques that you could also replicate yourself. It doesn't all have to be like fancy space telescopes and really intimidating mathematics.
Yeah, that's. I highly recommend that. I believe you give a lecture and you also did an incredible video with Grant. It's a beautiful experience to try to put yourself in the mind of a person from that time, shrouded in mystery.
Guys, feel free to advertise the video. Advertise Godel. Make sure you try godelterminal.com if you want more news on Iran. Use the command NIIran. Yes, JP. Whoa, what was that? What was that? Travel advisory? They flashed it on the screen for a second. Did you guys see that? See if we could stop it. I saw it. You can't hide me. Can't hide it from me. Let's get the exact second when that shit happened. Right around here, right? It was up for just a second. Ah! Ah! There it is. Okay, nothing there.
Well, we did it.
I want to welcome.
Well,
Advance to live. Click live. Okay, it is live. We have to be monitoring the situation. Okay. Stand by, Patriots. Discord? Discord? I'm not streaming anything on Discord. Oh, I see. Oh, snaking, interesting. Yeah, I know the TNF symptoms. So there's TNF overactivation, but there's no cognitive um, symptoms, which makes you believe that if TNF was a problem, I mean, literally a lifelong problem, you would have dementia. So it leads you to believe there's no way that TNF alpha has anything to do with dementia cognition. That makes sense. No, Clark, not yet. Coming soon, coming soon. That's the PGEO function on Bloomberg, I believe. You guys like my new outfit? Don't make fun of me, I'm sensitive.
we go.
Rubio? Maybe Trump.
At least with something. push you over here today.
Go ahead.
I had heartbreaking. But they look good. Yes.
Don't know if we're real time or not, but we will be soon. Delayed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi. Welcome back. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Everyone's set? We're good? Great. Welcome aboard, everyone. Thank you again for being here. For generations, the Middle East has been dealing with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, with the attack on Israel on October 7th by Hamas, reminding us of what the wisdom of the American people. President Trump's election to a second term has offered the world a chance to see an American leader committed to solving many of the world's existential threats with determination. Now, as the conflict between Israel and Iran continues, President Trump has also been clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also stated that fact as he has traveled the world working to implement President Trump's vision of peace and security. That statement has also been uttered from this podium many times. The fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon is clear. As the White House reminds us, since taking office, President Trump has clearly stated no fewer than a dozen times that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, for anyone who's unclear on that fact. President Trump has made the same pledge no fewer than 40 times before taking office, even as far back as 2011. One of the highest priorities of the Trump administration is the safety and security of the American people. To that end, the Department of State has established the Middle East Task Force to help coordinate support for U.S. citizens, our U.S. diplomatic missions, and personnel and diplomatic engagement. The task force is operating 24 hours a day. Over the past week, to help keep U.S. citizens informed, we have issued more than 30 security alerts to countries in the region and updated the travel advisories for Iraq and Israel. We remind U.S. citizens not to travel to Israel or Iraq and not to travel to Iran under any circumstances. We continue to monitor the complex and rapidly evolving situation on the ground as we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens. We urge all U.S. citizens to regularly visit travel.state.gov for the latest travel advisories and security updates, and to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, also known as STEP, to receive timely alerts and guidance from the State Department. For Americans needing assistance, and there we have a bit of the website there for you, call +1 202 501 4444. That number again is +1 202 501 4444. If you're on that website, you can also click on that red box. It will take you to a page where you can search for the embassy of your interest, where you are, where you would like to connect to be able to get help from the embassy in the country where you are. And of course, the number's there as well for your closest U.S. embassy. I also want to add a couple other things here as we're dealing with this. It is certainly a rapidly evolving dynamic, but to conclude the topper here today, I want to recognize the State Department and other U.S. government teams around the world working under threat on behalf of the American people, particularly those in Israel and Ukraine, who spent another night sheltering in bunkers as they came under attack. Our priority is the safety of Americans overseas and here at home. It is the priority of Secretary Marco Rubio. It is the priority of everyone who works in this building, and the thousands of American citizens who work anonymously and whom you will never see, who are working in embassies and consulates around the world and working with those local nations to be there for American citizens and to help facilitate American diplomacy. Our priority is the safety of Americans, yes, here at home, but also overseas. We thank all of those working on behalf of the American people, all of you watching from home and from around the world. We thank you, and for everyone around the nation, we know and honor your work as we begin another briefing here, ready to take your questions. All right, yes, sir.
Yes, hi, Tammy, thanks. Thanks for that. Could you give us some more details on this task force, how it's going to work, and specifically if it's going to help Americans potentially leave the region, be repatriated, or depending on the countries that they're in, and any more details you can give on that?
Right. I won't be giving you, just as a reminder of how today is a little bit of a different day for the briefing. There is always things that I can't say to you. And yet we have a long back and forth. Sometimes we have a little bit of a debate. I won't engage in that today. My responses will be perhaps a bit quicker than usual, and I'll be moving around more quickly to reach as many of you as I can. There will be less that I can answer for you because of the circumstances that we're dealing with around the world. So it is, just want you to know, it's not personal, but we're working on certain things like the task force as an example. The task force is a group of people who are working, taking the calls of people, of American citizens around the world, making sure that they get connected with what they may need in that region. I won't go into the details of all that the task forces do, of course, but it's about information, making sure people here at the State Department and people that we get the information we need, but also people around the world, American citizens, get directed to the information that they may need as well. So I'll leave it at that, but this is something that the State Department does when there's a situation that requires it, and this is one of those times.
Tammy, I'm sorry. Could I just ask
sure, Matt. Sure,
number?
of course.
The phone number that you get, if you call that number, which I can do right now, who do you get?
You get an individual who is
task force, or
no, you don't get the task force.
Oh.
That phone number is a general phone number. The task force is busy, but it is a separate unit that is established to take the calls to assist American citizens who call to the embassies. Particularly, you're going to be referred to embassies who can help you get what it is you need. So good question. Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, Andrea.
Just a quick question. There's some specific consular needs. One in particular that I'm aware of, and there may be more than one, is an American citizen in Iran, where there is no embassy, no consulate. Would that be the Swiss protectorate? Would there be other options? Is consular affairs give any advice as to what to do about Americans right now stuck in?
I can't speak to any advice or information regarding individuals in Iran at this point.
And what about American Israelis or Israeli Americans either wanting to come out or wanting to get back home? LL, I believe, has resumed flights in some small measure for people who, some people have kids in Israel and they were visiting the States. And they're American citizens. Is there anything that they can do? Where should they call this number?
Well, obviously, if you know, and we encourage every American when you travel, is to contact your local embassy or consulate, let them know you're there, make sure you know where they are, have those numbers, and that's what I would recommend, no matter where you're traveling, but certainly in the Middle East, is know where those entities are, know where the embassy is. So if you're in Israel, obviously it's Tel Aviv or it's Jerusalem.
Are they open?
Well, they will answer their phone. So there's contacts that can happen in the midst of all of this. And of course, I think that's the advice for wherever you are. But clearly, if you're in a certain area, it's obvious in this case that there are certain limitations in that region, and that contact the embassy, the one that is nearest to you, and you will, at the very least, make sure they know where you are, but also they will give you some options for the plans that you would like to make. Yes, Humaira.
Tammy, I understand your limitations, but I have to ask this.
I know you do. It's your job, and I appreciate that. I'm here to take questions, not necessarily always answer them.
Yeah,
Yes,
last night
ma'am.
President Trump said he wants a real end, not a ceasefire. So does the United States support or pursue regime change in Iran, or are we just talking about dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment, and would that include the United States helping Israel strike Fordo?
Well, I'm certainly not going to characterize what President Trump says or tweets, for that matter. He doesn't need characterizing. He's one of the most transparent, one of the most clear individuals that we've known. I think that we can take his word for his word, but I'm not going to speculate on, in a larger sense, what that would mean. That is up to the president. He is the singular guiding hand about what will be occurring from this point forward, as he has been. And I think that dynamic is pretty clear. He says he wants an end, as he has said about every conflict that he has, as a peacemaker, worked to stop peacefully through diplomacy. That has been his commitment. And he wants these things, as he said about a number of situations, not for a month or 6 months, but durable ends to this nature of forever wars. And that has been his posture, and that's his posture now.
Okay, I have an easier follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people...
I'll take a hard one, too. I'd say.
How many people so far have contacted U.S. missions in Israel or elsewhere, American citizens, seeking help to depart the country that they're in the Middle East?
Yes, I won't discuss those details or the numbers involved with the embassies.
Are you guys planning to facilitate charter planes to get people out or military evacuation?
I will not discuss what our plans are in that regard. Yes, ma'am.
Just to follow up on that really quickly.
Sure.
Are you guys considering at all operations that would help Americans who want to leave the region from evacuating?
I know that our commitment is to the safety and security of Americans around the world. All right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tammy, would the U.S. government like to see a regime change in Iran?
First of all, I'm certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require me to speculate or speak on behalf of the president, which I will not do. What we've seen, though, is clear, is months and repeated statements that all he wants is a peaceful world. His activity and the nature of the actions that the United States has taken and his special envoys have been rooted in one thing, which is negotiations, looking for diplomatic solutions to generational problems that he wants solved diplomatically. That has been his constant posture. And there has been nothing that has changed in what he wishes for, what he would hope to accomplish. And so, of course, that's not something I'm going to address.
Is the U.S. government and the Israeli government on the same page when it comes to the intelligence about Iran's nuclear weapons program?
That is a question for the White House and perhaps the NSC. That's not something I can answer here. Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. The president said he wants to see Iran offers unconditional surrender. I'm not going to ask you to comment on the president's statement, but I'm going to ask you if the secretary is involved in any kind of diplomatic missions with his allies, with the Germans, with the French, trying to offer something to the Iranians as a way out.
Well, I, again, would not speak on the details of any diplomatic conversations if they occurred, between whom, what those details would be. We know, of course, the Secretary and the President were at the G7. Their constant work from the moment they came to office has been to, and certainly Secretary Rubio, was to open up conversations and to lead the world through diplomacy to make a difference. But that's the only thing that would guide me when it comes to the nature of the decisions they're making at this point. Yes, ma'am.
Without getting into the details of the conversations, is the door to diplomacy with Iran on its nuclear program still open from the U.S. perspective?
That would be a decision made by President Trump.
Have you heard from the Iranians signaling interest in continuing discussions?
That is not something that I can speak to. Yes, ma'am.
Going back to the consular piece of this, in Israel, the latest security alert from the embassy there still says that the embassy is not in a place to evacuate or directly assist Americans. Do you have any timeline on when that might change for the Americans who are stranded in that country? And just looking at how quickly the security situation has changed there. The travel alert was raised to a level 4 from a level 3 for the entirety of the country. Is that a sign that the State Department was caught on its back foot a little bit by this change because Americans still can't get help?
I can say the answer to that last question is no. We are working 24/7 to ensure the safety and the security of Americans around the world. I can say that the Department of State is always planning for contingencies to assist private U.S. citizens' departure from crisis areas, and we will alert the U.S. citizenry community if there is and when there is additional information to share regarding their options during any crisis, but certainly this one as well. When it comes to how quickly people can expect a dynamic, the American government, the State Department, our militaries, you've seen all of these assets, all of these departments involved in this dynamic in one fashion or another, are working exclusively for the safety of this nation and the safety of the American people, wherever they may be. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. At the top, you said that you're advising U.S. citizens not to travel to Israel or Iraq or Iran under any circumstances. Do you have any more general guidance for Americans in the Middle East, more broadly as a region? Are there other countries that you're advocating people depart from?
Well, at our website, we have our travel alerts. We also have moved them on our State Department Twitter, our social media accounts. Those are for the public to see. Would there be, what is the specific one for people to look to if they want to look for specific country travel alerts? Is it travel.state.gov? So travel.state.gov, and you will see every travel alert there for you, depending on if you're going to be traveling. It does not just for the Middle East, or if you're in a country right now, you can get your information there. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Two questions. In your topic, you also recognize American diplomats serving in Ukraine and Israel who spent another night in a bunker.
Yes.
But one of American citizens happened to be killed by the Russians last night in Ukraine. Do you have any comment on will the U.S. government act to protect American citizens in Ukraine?
Yes, we are aware of last night's attack on Kyiv, which resulted in numerous casualties, including the tragic death of a U.S. citizen. We condemn those strikes and extend our deepest condolences to the victims and to the families of all those affected. The President, in the recent past, has made his thoughts clear about striking the civilian areas in that regard. Just to reiterate again, which is at the thread throughout all of the work that we do, is the Department has no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens abroad, and we can confirm the death of a U.S. citizen in Ukraine, and we stand ready to provide all possible consular assistance. And out of respect to the family during this obviously horrible time, we have no further details to offer in that regard.
Second topic, in light of Israel-Iran tension. Some of our colleagues from VOA Persian service were called back reportedly. How much does do the events of past few days signify the role of VOA and other outlets to counter these narratives from U.S. enemies?
Yes, I'm not going to go into the details of what we're doing when it comes to communications into that region or into specific countries. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. Two Iran-related topics. Number one, the administration kind of kept this conflict between Israel and Iran at arm's length over the first few days. And now, since last night and especially into today, we're hearing the president say, we more. We have control over the skies. We know where the supreme leader is. He's kind of taking more ownership of the situation directly. Is that feeling trickling down to this building as well? Is there more of an ownership of the situation in the State Department as well?
Well, I again can't characterize the feelings of the President of the United States. We know that he is our lead. We know that he is the guiding hand. We know that he is one of a few who know all the details, and he is clearly has a mission and an agenda that has involved diplomacy and changing the world for the better for people. In the meantime, of course, things change. Our experiences change. He's making comments that are a reflection of what what matters to him, and of course, what matters to the president matters to the State Department and every other department. I think that it is fair to say that his leadership and his re-election to the second term was because people here in the United States were tired of the status quo, and what the world has seen is a peacemaker and someone who can make a difference, and that's what they're looking forward to.
Final question. Can I get in one more?
One more.
There's no special envoy for Iran. Several key locations in the Middle East don't have a confirmed ambassador. We speak often about the day after situation in Gaza. What about the day after situation in Iran? Is the State Department ready for it?
Well, the State Department and the Trump administration, while you may not see things immediately, just because it's not maybe in the news or you're not present for things that occur, doesn't mean they're not occurring. I would remind everyone that the State Department, as I've found out, is sort of like the military. It's 24/7. It is not something that is a basic 8 to 5 dynamic. And it's because people are working around the world constantly. It is literally their mission. Personally, their work is what they do and are committed to. So while you may see a certain thing in a static framework, it doesn't mean that we have not worked on that or are not working on that or that things will begin to happen. So it's just a reminder that it's not about the day after. We are working before, during, and after. It is the anticipation of people with history and an experience when it comes to the history, not just of a building and of a department of the United States, but the history of people working on diplomatic issues throughout the world. And they work for this department. They are committed to those issues, and that is what makes the State Department so effective, in addition to the leadership that is afforded by Marco Rubio, as guided by Donald Trump. Yes, sir, you've been waiting.
Tammy, the NATO summit is in The Hague next week.
Yes.
President Trump and Secretary Rubio came back early from the G7 summit because of the nature of what's going on in the Middle East. If this situation is still unfolding next week, should we expect some kind of changes to the delegation, changes to travel? Should we be anticipating that if the situation is still ongoing?
You know, I can't tell you if anything will change. I know it has not so far. But as we have experienced from day to day or even sometimes hour to hour, things do change. This is a very dynamic event. We've all had our special situations that we're interested in, and we all want diplomacy to work, and we've been cheering on summits and ceasefire discussions, et cetera. This is something that is moving, as things tend to, very rapidly. So I would say that anything is possible. But at this point in time, that is still certainly on the books. But that's going to be obviously that's a presidential trip. That's going to be up to the White House. And I'm sure will be affected by their decision making based on what they see. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tammy. 2 questions, please. First of all,
can you tell me, sir?
Yeah, Alan Fisher from Al Jazeera English.
Very good. How do you do?
Fine, thank you. The U.S. intelligence assessment on March 26 was that Iran was not working towards a nuclear bomb. What's changed? That the U.S. position seems to be that it was very close.
Well, again, I can't speak to intelligence assessments, what may or may not have changed, or to the fact that it is President Trump and his team who are seeing things that matter when it comes to the decision making, and I think that that's what's happened here.
Second question is, if the president in his first term was willing to give the Taliban 18 months to come up with a deal, why was there only 60 days given to the Iranians to discuss something which is much more complicated?
Again, I'm not going to discuss the details of the decisions made by the president. Andrea?
I'm just saying that was Tulsi Gabbard's testimony in open session to the committees.
Well, yes, and as I've noted, today is not that day. Next, yes? Yes, sir. Tie in the white shirt.
Thank
Is that you just suggesting that
Andrea, we're moving on, please. Let's please
I'm just
be
trying to
able
get
to
a
manage this.
clarification.
Sir, in the back there.
Thank you, Tammy. My question is, the other week we were talking about the negotiations between Iran and the U.S., and the president was very optimistic about it. And now drastically everything has changed, and we are talking almost about a full-scale war between Israel and Iran. How do you name the procedure right now? Has the negotiations failed, or how can we name it? My second question will be, the Iranian state TV has been targeted by the Israeli Air Force. How do you see that? Do you see a state TV channel as a legitimate target?
Well, you'd have to ask Israel about their decisions when it comes to the choices with what they strike and what they don't. And on your first question, which now is already, what was your first question?
My first question, after all this, after these escalations, how do you name the process?
I would say that you would look to the President of the United States for how he is characterizing what has occurred. And he is very open and transparent with that, and does it with his many conversations with the media and also on Truth Social. He is clearly accessible, certainly with his remarks, and he has said a number of things on social media that I think might answer your question. Yes, Saeed.
Thank you. Very quick question on Gaza. Can I do that?
Of course. Well, yeah. Are we continuing still with? I will come to you on Gaza, Saeed. I promise. But let's continue with the topic at hand. So yes, sir, in the back.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Two questions. One question on Iraq related to Iran. Iranian-backed group Kataib Hezbollah threatens the U.S. against interfering in the Israel-Iran conflict, which they said any American intervention in the conflict would prompt the group to target the U.S. interests across the region. How have you reached to the Iraqi government, and what's your message to these groups? And the second question, what's the State Department's assessment of diplomacy? Have you put diplomacy on a side, or you still believe that diplomacy can work with Iran?
Well, again, I'm not going to comment on the nature of how the White House or the President or the DOD will respond to certain remarks or demands made by someone. So you'll have to ask the DOD regarding their reaction in that regard. I would also, though, I know that the President's Truth Social, he's made it very clear, even I think today, and I think I've got that right here. This is, again, one of the things we've learned about President Trump is that when he tweets, when he speaks, the world watches, and it's the most clear framework that we can learn of his approach. He has, I don't know if I can get to the exact one, but he has made it very clear that, oh yes, here we go. He has noted that we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers, or our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He is making it clear, I think, here regarding certain choices on the ground that are being made, and that what we've asked for regularly is, and what he has made clear is that we were not a part of the initiation of this, certainly. We're not a part of Israel's attacks on Iran. That I think was stated very clearly by both Secretary Rubio and the President. And that's important for people to know. And in this case, of course, the President has made it clear that if Americans are hurt, or in this case, a missile shot at civilians or American soldiers, that there would be a repercussion. I think that would not be surprising. All right, we'll go back. Well, More on Iran. We'll close with you, sir.
Thank you so much. Could you tell us about the role of partner countries in mediation efforts with Iran, like Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE? President Trump recently concluded successful trip to the Middle East. So what can you tell us about the role of these partner countries?
It's clearly he went with a goal in mind. He makes deals. He's the best deal maker in the world. These partners in the Middle East that we have, they understand clearly our intentions and what our goals are. Thankfully, again, to the approach and the style of President Trump. I think that when it comes to, again, the best person who could explain his feelings and thoughts about what's accomplished on any issue is the president himself. So I'd refer you back to what he writes and what he is posting on, I think, a very regular basis, which is helpful to people like me, and I think to the world at large as well.
Despite Israel's concerns, can I one more? Despite Israel's concerns, President Trump is still trying to negotiate with Iran for a nuclear deal, showing that his priority is peace in the region. President Trump has once again recently offered to mediate on Kashmir, but the Modi government says that they don't need Trump's help. Does President Trump need Modi permission to bring peace in South Asia by resolving the Kashmir issue?
Well, yes, this is every country, as President Trump has stated, is a right to define its own future. He offers his help, and it's up to whoever he's offering it to whether or not they'll accept it. We live in a fascinating, exciting time where we've got a man who can make the difference, and he's generous about making that difference. He could have chosen to have this term be about anything other than peace and making America great again, but he's stuck with that. He's committed to that. It is part of his overall commitment to the country. So I would not speak to the nature of another country's decision-making. That's up to them. But I think all of us are grateful that we have a president who's willing to help and wants to help. Now, you have one more in Iran, and then we'll go to Saeed.
Can you confirm a report that the former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad has been killed in Tehran?
I can't confirm that or report on that or discuss it. All right, thank you. Saeed.
Thank you. Very quick question on
Yes,
Gaza.
sir.
In the last 48 hours or the last 3 days, dozens of Palestinians have been killed at the aid centers and so on. With everybody focused on Iran, this situation still garner some interest or attention from this building or from the United States of America? And are you urging the Israelis to hold off whatever the amount of firepower they're firing at these aid seekers?
Well, we of course are always saddened to hear reports about any mass casualty situation or shootings. I don't know who isn't, no matter what the dynamic. The IDF has said a particular incident is under review, and that is helpful, and we'll see what their review comes up with. In the meantime, I think it is important also when it comes to the nature of the efforts to get aid and food to the Gazans. We now know, can report that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation now is working at 4 distribution sites and has distributed nearly 26 million meals to date. So it is, again, a conversation about whether or not the State Department cares. Every day there's a demonstration. And when we think about the State Department, it's people. It's people who've committed their lives to a diplomatic life, to a life of foreign service, to a political life, to try to make the difference for the world. So we see that manifesting here. And as we also know with today's events and today's conversations, there's a reason why we need people like President Trump and the American commitment to peace abroad. All right? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been reported over the weekend that the president would expand the travel ban to 36 other countries. A lot of them, from what I understand, are in Africa. There's already 19 countries that are affected by the travel ban to a different extent. Can you share any details, elements you have on this plan?
I'm going to speak a little bit about it, not into the detail of what about the decision making or the process in that regard, but we are, of course, committed to protecting our nation's citizens by upholding the highest standards of national security and public safety through our visa process in particular. as laid out in President Trump's Executive Order 14161, protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats, the visa adjudication process has got to ensure that U.S.-bound foreign travelers do not pose a threat to the national security and public safety of the United States. That is, I think, a very low bar, and is a bar that every nation should be able to adopt. To protect the national security and national interests of the United States and its people, the Department of State and other U.S. government agencies assess other countries' security capabilities, information sharing, and identity management practices, exploitation of the U.S. visa system, such as overstay rates, and failure to facilitate the repatriation of their removable nationals. So, noting where a country, perhaps as you did, is located, the geoposition, the actual location of a country, is not a factor, or what continent that country is on. These are about very specific aspects about whether or not the United States feels it can trust the information we rely on those countries for to determine whether or not they'll get a visa. We don't, we rely on the vetting and the presentation of information from other nations in order to say, yes, you can, or you can't come. In this particular instance, I think that it's clear as we're looking at providing a period of time, countries being told if they don't get to that point where we can trust them, and they've got to change the system, update it, do whatever they need to do to convince us that we can trust the process and the information they have. So that is the goal of this. The Secretary will have the discretion to determine whether or not someone is on that list, as we then also continuously vet the nature of what's happening within these conversations. And the goal is so that we can all move forward, so that people can come to the country. And that's our goal. All right. Yes, sir. Yeah, but I don't know why you're so far in the back, Michelle, but
I'm sorry.
With NPR, yes.
Yes. Just following up on that, there was a deadline given for these 36 countries tomorrow to come up with their action plan. I wonder if you've heard back from any of them yet?
That's incorrect. I can just tell you that that's not correct. The fact is that they will have a considerable amount of time to rectify whatever the situation is that the State Department has determined is affecting the nature of our trust in how we issue a visa. All right? Yes, and we'll take, yes, sir, with the beard there, yes.
Thank you. Has the United States...
Can you tell me your name, sir, and your outlet?
Mustafa Abdo, Shafaq News.
Okay, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Has the United States received any official request from Baghdad to help prevent Israeli overflights in Iraqi airspace? And what is Washington's response to such a request?
Again, you would need to speak to the Department of Defense and the White House regarding that. I won't speak to the details of conversations, certainly about anything of that matter involving any country. And I think that will be it for today. As we return, thank you all for your patience, and I expect to see you again later in the week. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, there we have it. Briefing from the State Department. Quietly working here on a few different things.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
So is tomorrow the day off or Thursday? What's Juneteenth? 18th?
Order filled.
Ed, is it Levi and Korsinski? There's some badasses. Thursday? This shitty little website. What do you think? It's tonight? Should I go in their Discord? Should I invade? Want to invade the Discord? Good, thanks, brother. Let me go to the Discord. I don't know how to get to their Discord. Let's see if I can get to it. Fucking hardcore.
All right. Well, pleasure to meet everybody. Thank you very much for having me. I'm going to have one of my colleagues, Josh, on the line here shortly. Since my screen sharing, you'll have to let me know when he jumps on. Anyhow, my name is David Moss. I'm one of the co-founders of Inmune Bio. The idea of Inmune kind of started around 2010, believe it or not. It really didn't come to fruition in terms of an actual company in 2015. The idea when we formed the company was really to focus on what we call the innate immune system. Most of you know that there's two sides of the immune system. You have the adaptive and the innate, and they work together. Most biotech developments happened on the adaptive side of the immune system. Those are things like T cells, CAR Ts, checkpoint inhibitors, most monoclonal antibodies, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot less has happened on the innate side of the immune system. And part of the reason why is because on the adaptive side, it's very easy to do animal studies. And often research starts in a lab at a university with animals, and they're able to do their work with a drug, publish it, and then they try and translate it to man. On the innate side of the immune system, you can't do that. It's too difficult to do. And so you're really just left with coming up with an idea and then going right to man, which is more difficult. So we felt that there was a lack of drugs in the innate side of the immune system. And we also knew that the innate side of the immune system was kind of the first line of defense. And to really make a difference in disease, you kind of have to have the adaptive and the innate working together. Otherwise, if you just have the adaptive working, it's kind of like sending a boxer into a boxing match and tying one hand behind their back. You'll get some punches in, but it's difficult to win the fight. We also know that more than 90% of the animals on this planet do not have an adaptive immune system. They have just an innate immune system, and they're able to deal with many of the same diseases we deal with, cancer and infection, etc. And they do it just with their innate immune system. So we built the company with the idea that we were going to develop drugs that were going to fix, repair, and modulate the innate immune system. And that's why we call ourselves Inmune Bio. That's what the I and the N is for. It's really for the innate side of the immune system. So we focus on immunology and inflammation. We have two platforms that do this. Both are in the clinic. Here we go. And where we are in the clinic today is that our flagship program that most of us know us for is called XPro. It has about 80 publications on our website in many different disease categories. And it's a drug like nothing I've ever seen. It's a drug that's able to target what we call chronic inflammation or neuroinflammation and do it without any consequences. There are many drugs out there that target inflammation. You've heard of steroids, you've heard of JAK inhibitors, TNF inhibitors, DMARDs, anti-IL cytokines, for example. But all of those drugs have serious side effects. All of them are highly immunosuppressive, and many of them cause other complications beyond immunosuppression. And XPro is the only drug I've ever seen that is potent enough to target inflammation, but not cause immunosuppression. Actually, it's immunosupportive and not cause other problems like neurologic problems, for example. And it means that we could use it in categories that have never been tried before. One of the beauties of targeting inflammation is that it affects the immune system. And unfortunately, what happens with age, and we all age because we can't stop age, can't intervene in aging, is as we get older, our inflammation increases. And it has nothing to do with really diet, exercise. Those are all contributors to it, but it really has to do with genetics and age. That's the vast majority of it. And as inflammation happens, wherever you have it, you have cell death. And that's something we want to slow down. Think to yourself about an elderly person. What happens? Their eyesight weakens, their muscles deteriorate, they start having memory problems. Those are all really inflammatory effects that cause cell death. And we call that, another term for that is called inflammaging. And so XPro is a drug that's very unique. It's unique how it works, and it's unique in its therapeutic applications. We like to actually call it a pharmaceutical company in a bottle because it has applications well beyond what we're currently doing today. And that's what you can read about on some of the 80 publications on our website. But currently, this drug is in a trial in Alzheimer's disease, and it's going to answer the pivotal question that if you properly treat neuroinflammation, what does it do to cognition? Our belief is that if you get rid of neuroinflammation without immunosuppression, the immune cells of the brain start to function again, and they start to remove debris, they start to repair the synapses and the neurons, and we'll talk about this a little later, and your brain health gets better. And if your brain health gets better, your cognition should get better. So this trial, which is currently running, it'll be fully enrolled very shortly in the middle of this year. And 6 months from the last patient in, we're going to have the answer of if you properly treat neuroinflammation, what does that mean for cognition? We believe that it will stop the cognitive decline, and some patients may actually cognitively improve. And I'm going to share with you some data from our phase 1 study that shows how that mechanism of action works and how we think about Alzheimer's. The second platform, which I'm not sure we're going to have time to discuss today, is also very interesting. It's on the innate side of the immune system, and it's around what are called natural killer cells. Natural killer cells are to the innate immune system what T cells are to the adaptive immune system. Natural killer cells are actually our first line of defense when it comes to virally infected cells or cancer cells. They do something called immune surveillance. Every day they knock off cancerous cells in our body. It's the reason we don't develop cancer. It's not the T cell. And it's a failure of the NK cell to not target these precancerous cells, which is the reason why cancer develops in the first place. And what Inmune does is it changes what we call the phenotype of the NK cell. It changes it from a resting state, and it upregulates a whole series of proteins on the cell surface of the NK cell to change it from a resting state to what we call a memory-like phenotype, or a memory-like NK cell. Which is now no longer resting, it's activated, and it has the ability to identify cancerous cells that it couldn't identify before, and it has the persistence to be able to kill them, survive, and kill again. And it also can do it in what we call, it's called a hypoxic tumor microenvironment, or let's just say a very hostile.
Oh, I get kicked out. Oh, I get kicked out. You guys upset? I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's gonna fail. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know you're mad. I know you're mad. Oh no. Mm. Oh no. I don't want to debate. I just want to block. Take that. That'll teach you. Ruining my dreams to make money. You bastard.
Environment that the tumors create. It's currently in a phase 1/2 prostate program. It's in what's called metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. We have a lot.
Okay, let me short some more. I'm upset. I don't like the way you're thinking. Your thoughts bother me. I hate your thoughts. Get out of here with your thinking. Don't think like us? Then get out. Sir, we are a cult, sir. Anybody have any questions on my short thesis? Yeah, probably be like 50 cents or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, Mike, you're right. That's how that works. Okay, what's your question, Luca? It's called. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I do have you muted. What's up?
Hey, big fan of Godel, by the way. Really
Thank
liking
you.
it. Yeah, so you're usually a big fan of not predicting macro events, but the
Uh-huh.
quantum short seems to be liquidity driven.
Uh-huh.
How is this different than predicting macro?
Well, every stock has beta, right?
Yeah.
There's no stock in the stock market that doesn't have beta. Well, I mean, there are stocks with negative beta, but mostly stocks have beta. And, to a certain extent, all stocks are liquidity driven. So you do have to pick your battles, I mean, if you are just short, you're going to have a lot of beta. And these stocks are like 3, 4x beta.
How's it going?
That's fair. I'm also short. I kind of got squeezed from the QUBT,
Yeah, it's
but
brutal.
I'm thinking about adding in. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really nuts. 30,000 in revenue.
It's crazy. I mean, you release a press release for selling a computer, not even a computer,
Yeah.
a photonic, what was it? I can't remember actually. Or entanglement device, a photon entanglement device.
Hello?
Yo.
Hey.
Well, I gave
Is this
the
INMB only?
INMB people the best gift they could have. You get a nice dip just before the results. They're going to be so good.
Order filled.
Sorry, go ahead. What's the question?
Oh no, I was just popping in. You're still on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh, was this like an opportunity for the long people to come in and
Yes.
start? Oh, okay. All right. I
Yeah.
just saw that. All right, I will hold off because I'm not long. Maybe someone who's not muted can go to the INMB Discord and invite.
Yeah, they don't want people who disagree with them.
Oh yeah, I could tell that when they mute you if you ask innocent questions.
No, I can't hear it. It hurts my ears. No, my eyes.
Yeah.
My eyes.
Carl's going to, become the Joe Springer of INMB if this doesn't work out for him.
Yeah, what's the next thing for him? That's the thing I feel bad about these dudes is like, I have to do this every day. The rest of my life, like this is my job. Whereas these guys are like, no, I really believe in this one thing. And that's it.
Yeah, it's these cult stocks. And yeah, people really cling on to that hope that this is going to be this big cure for this huge disease.
But what's funny about all this is that's fine by me. You can be bullish. But what I don't understand is you think you're good at analyzing medicine, you're good at picking binary events. Well, if that's true, why haven't I heard about you? Why don't I know who you are? Why don't I seen you in the other situations I've been in? Like, I don't know, the last 25 years. Are you going to be in the next situations for the next 25 years? Yeah. Like, I see you every time there's a binary, like clockwork at Z55, And
yes.
We don't do everything the same. We don't have every portfolio trade the same. I've probably taken the opposite trade sometimes from you and vice versa.
Yeah.
I've been wrong and you've been wrong. Like, it's just life. Like, this is how we make our money. This is how we invest. to get upset.
Yeah, some of
about
these folks, they just learn, they get hit once and then they're out.
They always say the same thing. I learned that biotech is rigged. I learned that biotech is impossible.
Yeah, it's funny. But the phase 1 data looked really bad, and I don't know. I mean, they're doing it in Australia. What's that?
Why do you say that? Where did they ever put out phase 1 data?
Yeah, the INMB, they actually have on their due diligence thread, because it's been so murky, it's been put out in little press releases, or it's tidbits of it. There was never one comprehensive. Well, there's no publication in a peer-reviewed journal. It's all either press releases or KOL type presentations where they'll selectively include some data. There's never been a full accounting of what went on during the phase 1.
Yeah,
but from what I can tell, only half the patients actually completed the study, and they were supposed to be doing things like mini mental status, some basic cognitive parameters. And what's really telling is that the data they released was one of their investigators just coming up with a subjective assessment of they did much better, a little better, neutral, a little worse, much worse. That's such a subjective analysis. They didn't include mental status or anything like that. And they can't really show a dose response because the only patients who completed it to the end were the high dose and then a couple people on the low dose. And they don't tell you which patient improved or didn't improve. It's all lumped into one.
I shorted it and I bought puts. Sorry. So.
Oh, you shorted and bought puts?
Yeah, but so I wanted to ask you on this. So, no publication. You've never worked in pharma, right?
No.
So, you know what a CSR is by any chance?
No, at least not by acronym. Yeah, I don't.
So it's something called a clinical study report. So after you, basically commission a clinical trial with the CRO, they have to give you a deliverable. That deliverable is usually the CSR. And the CSR is, it's company confidential information. It's not, something that you can't necessarily share, but you could theoretically just post it. The CSR is what you pay for, basically, right? And so they have that. They could tell the truth about phase 1, and it's not hard to just put it out there, right? This phase, I'm looking at slide 16 that you love so much on my stream. It's the 1
yeah,
the 1 milligram per kilogram slide. N equals 6, and it's the CSF inflammation composite percentage change, which I'm assuming is percentage change from baseline. But
right.
There's no placebo group in this, right?
Right.
Why would you do a trial without a placebo group? I've never heard of this. This is how you calibrate, your assay.
Right.
It's the whole fucking point, is that if you don't calibrate your assay, how do you know the assay works? What if it just, has so much noise that it's useless?
And
it's not
they
hard
said
to
that
just
of the
enroll 2
48
people.
The 48 cytokines, the rest were not, because that's not 48 there. It's 30 maybe or something. They said they couldn't detect the other ones, but who knows?
Yeah, so cringe. I mean, look, they seem like they're relatively new to pharma, even though RJ, I think, I mean, he did phase 3s at CNTO, Coronado, CNDO.
I know the neurologist had been around for a while, and she was really interested in Parkinson's disease, where this did not show any benefit.
Is that the person that went back to, or is that the CMO, or who are they?
It's like Dr. Tansey.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Look at
Yeah. She's the lab lady.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, I think in the phase 2, the mindful, they don't have a threshold for inflammation. Like I think whereas in the phase 1, they were trying to, say the ESR has to be a certain amount or CRP. I don't remember seeing that. And presumably if this is like an inflamed cohort of patients, that might be an issue.
One more time?
No, the mindful study, the phase 2.
Yeah.
When I was looking at the inclusion criteria, I don't think I saw anything about having an elevated ESR or like inflammatory biomarkers.
Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah, exactly. And so I was wondering, is that just so that they could increase enrollment in their study? Because it looked like for the phase 1, they did have that.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't have an IND? There's no US study sites.
Yeah, it's not US.
No IND, I'm guessing?
I did not see one, but
that's usually not a good sign.
Isn't that like AVXL too, where they did it all outside the US?
Yeah. So you got 24 weeks, which is, like a blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't know if that's fast enough to pick anything up. All the like donanemab and other studies are like 76 weeks.
Yeah, but did donanemab separate at 24 weeks is the question.
I think it just starts. I was looking at those curves, and I think just at 24 weeks it starts to separate.
Somebody said they're at clinical hold in the US.
Well, I know they had a CRL for manufacturing of X-Pro. I don't know if they ever got that back. Like,
yeah, it's probably
got that resolved.
Somebody says donanemab was stat sig at 24 weeks. But donanemab study was also 1,000 patients or something, right?
Yes. It was, yeah.
I was wondering, do you think like that you tweet about the adverse effects like IMMV trial? You think it's like because like their core approach is fundamentally flawed, or due to like
do you do much biopharma?
No, I'm kind of like trying to learn more about it.
Okay. Yeah.
But
I mean, when companies design drugs, they try to use some kind of, I mean, they sort of form a target in mind, a biological target that they hope that their drug will have an effect on, which will in turn have an effect on the disease.
I got you. And like, do you think like with like the market, you think it's like already priced into the adverse news, or there's still like room to move?
What's that?
Do you think that like with the like with like the news on like the IMB, you think like the stock price is already priced in?
So they have these results coming up, and the results will either be good or be bad or be indifferent, and we'll find out in a few weeks. Markets are very effective at pricing things in, right? And the market is pricing in basically a 1% chance of the drug working, because a good Alzheimer's drug is worth billions, and this company's stock is not worth billions, it's worth a fraction of that. So the market is telling you there's a very, very low chance of probability, but you know, the market's not always right.
Yeah. So like I could use like the market as like a factor to determine like not the probability, but like the likelihood of some said company working out.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the company's approach is flawed. I doubt the drug works. I have a pretty good handicap on these things. You know, I'm usually right. You could call me the Steph Curry of biotech if you want to. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying if you called me that, I wouldn't object to it. But I think that you can spot when a drug is poorly designed and doesn't work. And like cassava is a good example. Galectin was another good example. And this is a pretty good example too.
Sweet, man. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thanks, Steph. Have a good one.
Yeah, it'll be 1,000x if it hits, maybe even 10,000x, maybe even 1,000,000x. I see a lot of, you know, people lined up at the grocery store buying lotto tickets too.
Yeah.
Seems like the people who write the lotto tickets get the upper hand on that.
And this one, I mean, isn't as much like, you know, with Sava, it was really that semiphylum and filament A really have no role in the disease.
I don't think TNF alpha has a role in the disease either.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because the transmembrane thing is like missing the forest for the trees. The first thing you have to worry about is Alzheimer's an inflammatory disease? Is it autoimmune disease? Is it perhaps a protein misfolding, you know, proteasome, Golgi, endoplasmic reticulum disease? Is it a lysosomal problem disease? Is it what do we know about this disease? And the answer is not a lot. We do know prednisone, which reduces TNF by 80%. You know, what you would think that would be, you know, a good thing, but that doesn't work. In fact, it seemed to make cognition worse. The TNF alpha inhibitor etanercept didn't work. In fact, nothing seems to work for Alzheimer's, which is not a good start. So you really have to like dance on a pinhead to sort of like even form a thesis that you could believe in, which is, well, the dominant negative TNF somehow gets access to the blood-brain barrier, forms heterotrimers. Those heterotrimers stop TNF alpha signaling for TNF-R1, but they allow TNF-R2 signaling to take place, which is the immunity you want, even though it can't induce apoptosis because there's no death receptor. It's still going to be useful somehow. Oh, and by the way, if you knock out TNF-R1, you don't get Alzheimer's. So there are humans who have TNF-R1 knockouts. They have no cognitive phenotype. They have an autoinflammatory phenotype, but they don't have a cognitive phenotype. My guess, in fact, is that this drug will make things worse. But you do need apoptosis and necroptosis. In fact, you may need more of it in Alzheimer's disease state where you're trying to gobble up these, you know, these neuritic plaques and tangles and things like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, and the whole TNFR1, TNFR2, like the TNFR2 being protective and kind of juxtacellular versus paracellular. I think if you just knock down TNF, that should help. And you don't see that with prednisone. So it's almost a moot point that they're just honing in on, oh, well, we're just doing the bad TNF side of things. When inflammation is not even a prominent feature of the illness.
Sorry, I gotta respond to somebody in my YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like, there's a lot we don't know, and that's always the risk of a short seller. You don't know what you don't know, and you just have to sort of make an educated guess, and you hope you're right. And the rest is, left to fate. But one of the things I want to talk about is PK. They've said that they did do some kind of CSF and they tested for this drug in CSF.
Yeah, this thing Aquaman is more of an expert
Yeah.
in. He had mentioned that and I think he's out of town, but the O-link assay, I think, reacts with XPro, I guess, because it's this dominant negative molecule, so it will maybe link to the TNF part of that assay, and then you can kind of detect it in CSF. That's my understanding of how they are able to measure it.
Okay, so I mean, look, PK is something I've done a lot of. I mean, you take the sample, you run your assay, you get again, it's hard for me to imagine why you wouldn't publish this or show the dose response in a corporate presentation. There's just nothing there. All we got is this weird, 1 mg per kg O-link result, which we don't even know if they did it right, but.
Yeah, with a phase 1, these are the things you're measuring, the PK, all that data, but they didn't give us any of that.
It also doesn't look very good. 15% average cytokine reduction isn't exactly what I would write home about. You should be getting 50 to 80, maybe even 90%. These are all cytokines we know and love. IL-6, IL-2, IL-6 moving 5% is what? Why? What's happening here? This isn't I wouldn't put this out as something good. How is this good? 15% is just normal human variation.
Variability, yeah.
What the fuck?
And there's no standard deviation on those. I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's wild. There does appear to be an error bar on the left.
Oh, you mean on the one on the left there?
On the composite, yeah, but notice
you're calling it a composite. I see. So who knows?
Notice that it includes confidence interval above 0.
Yes. So basically, it's not statistically. It hovers at 0. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad every time one of these happens, but it's also look, capital. This sector is a real shit show, right? Biotech is just a total disaster, partially because of overfunding, and the hedge funds and mutual funds and VC funds, they just have to stop investing because all these companies are way overcapitalized, and Vivek's, got this issue as well.
Yeah, isn't that what's been going on recently? I've been following on Twitter all the companies that are kind of, they have a bad trial, they have all this excess cash, and then they have these horrible pipelines, and they just want to keep getting their salary, keep the lights, keep living that lifestyle with other people's money. and not just return the money back. Like your other stuff doesn't work and it's not good.
Well, you know, salaries, fat salaries, and bonuses and other perks are really too good to ignore. I mean, you know,
Right.
everybody, you know, maybe for everybody else, but not for me. That's usually the strat. But yeah, I think we'll get the answer in what we can have. We have tonight, Wednesday, Friday, so it's 3 days left this week, including their interceding evenings and mornings. And then we got 5 days next week, and then 1 day the week after that, right?
Yeah.
It'll probably happen that one day, right? The last day of the month is my guess. But one of the things that I've been interested in is, for a long time, quite frankly, but reawakened my interest is steroid receptor, glucocorticoid receptor, and how does it work? It's still pretty mysterious. And TNF is also mysterious. You know, the genes that glucocorticoid or steroids, you know, repress and enhance are pretty much overlap with TNF. So, because it is well, literally one step downstream. So it doesn't really make sense that, you know, prednisone, and also, you know, you haven't seen industry spend much time or interest in autoimmune thesis or in autoinflammatory thesis of Alzheimer's, partially because COX-2 didn't work. NSAIDs don't work.
Well, the TREM2 is kind of this microglial you know, and that's failed. So
yeah, steroids
there
don't
was
work.
some money.
TREM2 was like the one, maybe let's try it again. It didn't work either. Like there's been several angles of, you know, that tried autoimmune, autoinflammatory here. I personally like the thesis. You know, I actually do think there's a lot of that happening in Alzheimer's, but I think you got to do VLA4 or integrin alpha 4 beta 7. I think you have to stop integrin trafficking. That's the real dangerous stuff. I think you probably want TNF intact. And you know, I mean, the immune system's so complicated. I think the people who are long it are just like knuckle dragging mouth breathers that are like, TNF bad. Block TNF. And it's really way more complicated. And
absolutely.
I put up the what's the Japanese group, the KEGG, the KEGG maps. And I'm like, here's the immune system. There's 600 nodes here. Why do you think you got the right one? And they're like, oh, good point. It's like, you think there's not a lab? Every single node, every single protein has like 6 labs that claim that's the protein. That's the one. That's going to save it all. In fact, every one of these O-link targets, there's somebody out there who's saying, make a drug against this, you'll save the day. But, you know, it's just a lot of it's guesswork and serendipity, quite frankly.
Yeah, and a lot, I mean, the only drugs working are the alpha beta misfolding and, you know, these aggregations of protein clumps. That's the only thing that's barely worked. And that, I think, has to say that other things are not maybe as important as that. And maybe preventing that earlier in the process would help as well.
Yeah. Well, what's left on your list to work on?
I mean, pretty much, I was trying to find, I mean, you had found some nice things with TNFR1 and 2 in the CSF and whether, you know, that's elevated in Alzheimer's versus normal controls. Because if that's a driver of disease, you would expect elevated levels of these receptors. And you don't really see that. There's a couple papers that say there are some papers that say they're not. I just think mechanistically, this doesn't make sense to be playing a huge role in Alzheimer's disease. So there's not, whereas with SAVA, there was, from just base level, there was no reasonable chance this drug worked. Or even you, because you did the whole modeling and found that there's nowhere for it to even bind.
Yeah.
Filamin is not even important. The drug doesn't even bind anything relevant. This one, it seems like it's just an accumulation of, the basic science didn't really pan out. The preclinical data with the mice don't really work out. And then the human data is horrible. So I don't know what that nail in the coffin will be.
Well, we don't know the human data is the problem.
What's that?
Is it horrible or we don't know it? It's a little bit of both.
We don't know it, but if they're not disclosing, like, I want to know what were the mini mentals on all those patients.
Sure.
Which of those patients were the low dose and which were the high dose? If there were 9 patients left and 6 of them were high dose, there's 3 that are, low or medium dose. What were those scores compared to the high? They don't give any of that data. Then they hone in on white matter, like MRI imaging, to show neuroinflammation, which is like a novel biomarker that hasn't been validated, and hone in on this arcuate fasciculus with 40% decrease in inflammation. Arcuate fasciculus, that's like for like language, that has nothing to do with like memory or what I would expect the issues to be in Alzheimer's disease. So they just like cherry pick whatever looks great by random chance in like 2 or 3 patients and hone in on that. It's very suspect.
Yeah. What about this CSF phosphatide 217?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that in my little deck here.
It declined by almost a log. No placebo, of course, but
there's no placebo. And I assume those are the 6 patients that made it to the end of the study. And is that JAMA paper? I feel like I had looked at that. Was that just a poster or?
Yeah, it's a study on phosphatide 217.
Oh, okay.
I like this. XPro improves synaptic function. Wow, that's quite a claim. That is quite a claim. We also only have week 4 data there. They just don't know how to present data.
On that proteomics analysis?
No, EEG alpha power.
Oh, okay.
But it's like, bro, like...
Oh yeah, they had some other abstract or recent thing where they looked at like synaptic proteomics and looked to see what was up and what was down. And again, it was very suspect.
Yeah, I think that it mostly is a company that doesn't look like they know how to like submit stuff for publication or like put together a presentation and that investors would care about. It's either that or like they're being malicious. And Aquaman, I think, thinks they're being malicious.
Mm-hmm. They had some webinar where it seemed to suggest they were gonna be forthcoming with the data. They were kind of like, we're gonna see the results and like, doesn't work, it doesn't work. We're like moving on. That's what at least they claimed.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what that means, right? Like, I have to look back at the phase 3s for Coronado and see what they did. Did they
What was that, the phase 3?
For Coronado, his last company.
Oh.
Yeah, did they, like, I have to look at who's on the board and stuff like that, too.
Yeah, so I guess I still have, yeah, that's work to do then. Because, yeah, who are these characters?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's my thesis. $50 million financing to launch what? Hyperliquid cryptocurrency. Oh my god. Reserve strategy, Inovia. This used to be a drug company. Why do you want to short? I think this could be long. These things work for a few minutes and then they fail. They work and then they don't. Did this just come out? This was earlier today. Yeah, it's a shame none of those guys want to chat and learn how to actually do this.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's the type of people who are going along the stock. They just have some cognitive guardrails, but it's always great learning from you. So thanks for doing this.
No, it's my pleasure. I learned just as much from you. Snaking has been following it really closely. I don't know if he wants to say something or not. Type in the chat, doesn't matter. Yeah, one of the things about medicine that I've learned over the years is that you can't, it's very, very hard to design a drug that works. And if you are going to design a drug that works, it really can't be random. Like there's just a really limited ability for drugs to just work on their own. Just, all of a sudden have efficacy without being like really precision designed to do so. The old days of like serendipity in medicine are more or less gone. So to me, I wouldn't advance an Alzheimer's drug into phase 2 unless one, the phase 2 was remarkably large, got me a lot of information on dose range, got me some really good biomarkers. It was a really long-term study, like at least a year. And one of the best ways to learn if your drug doesn't work is through lack of a dose response. If at any point your dose response does not look normal, your drug doesn't work.
Right.
And that's something that a lot of people kind of miss. So I think that there's
you know, there's a big benefit to, like, when Biogen did the lecanemab phase 2, it was like 800 patients, you know, really long term, lots and lots of doses. And, you know, they got a good sense for target engagement. You know, if you're not engaging your target, then what are you doing? And I feel like that assay, that panel that they show is actually really bad. Like I would not show that if I were them. I'd go back to the drawing board. Like I need to see a dose response. Like, why don't they show, well, they kind of do in that little side thing. They show this really weird, let me pull it up. Let me zoom in on it, super zoom. But like if CSF inflammation is what Alzheimer's is all about, which is like a tenuous, really tenuous claim, then I'm having a really hard time seeing that this is a 15% reduction. It feels like you should push this dose. So this is what you're trying to reduce. And you feel at 1 milligrams per kilogram, you've fully engaged the target. Well, showing this O-link, you know, you haven't fully engaged the target.
Right.
Most of these things aren't moving at all. You think a 10% change in cytokines is going to change Alzheimer's? No. Alzheimer's is going to require, like, it's funny, amyloid, people worried that like reducing amyloid by 90% isn't enough. You have to reduce it by like 99%. And that's why donanemab and these other drugs aren't working that great, because they just
Right, the brain shuttle. Yeah, Roche is spending all this money on getting more of this stuff into the brain.
Yeah.
Because they want 99%.
And you see that in things like prostate cancer, where you really do need to sop up all the testosterone. You need to like completely eliminate it. So, yeah.
I had a question about like a general question. Like, what's the biggest mistake that you see biotech companies make when they think a drug should work but it doesn't?
I don't know if there's a lot of those. I mean, I think that probably the biggest mistake is like when you're a small company and you don't want to give up. That happened a lot with, say, Cassava and others. Like, there's pride of authorship. I mean, if you make a drug and you design it and you say, this is mine, it's really hard to walk away from it often. And I think you have to be twice as like critical. So I invented this drug called RE024, I think. And that was a code name. And I was really critical of it. In fact, before I left the company that I started, I basically said that this drug's not going to work. It needs to be redone. You have to be, you know, like really careful that you're not falling for your own bullshit. But I think the problem is that there's this agency problem, owner-agency conflict, which is the first thing you learn about in any business textbook, which is that the managers of the organization and the owners of organization have two different goals. And this is a problem that's been ever present in business. The goal of the managers is to perpetuate what's best for them using the organization. The goal of the owners is to perpetuate what's best for them using the managers who work at the company. But so often the managers say, well, what would be better if we gave up on phase 1 and went back to the drawing board and did a whole bunch of science, our stock would take a hit and we'd have no news for 3 years. But it's a lot more exciting to potentially do, you know, just rush forward with the data, and maybe we get lucky, but at least we get our salaries and things like that. Nobody's gonna fire us. So, you know, I think there's oh, there you go. Thank you for that. CSF tau levels there.
Well,
went up with the low dose.
Well, that's what I want to know. Why does the presentation, your presentation has like it in log form? What, and this is where you're more of an expert than me.
Yeah.
But how can they kind of cherry pick or present the data in a way to make it look better? Because that's showing that it goes up.
That mine's from baseline, right? So from baseline, this doesn't even make sense. One, there's no need to use log changes, right?
Right. You just go percent change. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks just like somebody who didn't know what they're doing. I don't know. This is like meaningless.
That's from one of their presentations.
It's kind of conflicting with the thing you showed.
Yeah, this picture here.
Yeah, exactly. It seems to conflict.
That's the exact same data, but how are they?
It seems to conflict because.
Oh, they removed the low dose. They're just looking at high dose, and they're showing the 50%. Okay, so they're now just honing in on the 1 mg per kg, and they're just saying here's baseline and here's 12 weeks, and it went down what 50%.
Yeah, but how is that? Like, what is the minus 2.2 log?
Yeah, I have no clue.
2.2 log is 99%, right?
Yeah.
And minus 3 log is 0.999. So I just don't get it. You know, like they actually went down 40%. But what's really bizarre, Z, is that the 0.3 mg per kg went up. And this just this data just says this is an uncalibrated piece of crap experiment. Like, this is terrible because there's no placebo, right? And Lord knows what happened to the 0.6 mg per kg group. God only knows what that data is. But I assume that one makes it even more inconsistent.
Right.
And, you know, at 0.3 mg, somehow this drug makes you much sicker, but it's simply 3x the dose. It makes you much better. You just throw this away and say this is worthless.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no, it's like the opposite.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out this is a long shot, which is what I really like about the Discord, because they're like, oh yeah, you must be an idiot, you don't like the stock. And it's like, well, listen, I gotta tell you, 30% of the stock is shorted. An Alzheimer's drug is worth $10 billion. It's trading at 200s. It's a 2% chance of success. A lot of red flags, but you know, I guess I'm the dumb one. You know, cassava, galectin. I mean, literally the dozens of biotechs. It's always the same story. And again, no matter how patiently or carefully I try to explain myself, it never changes a single mind. I can't say that. Some people say, Martin, thank you. I sold my cassava, and I'm really happy I didn't lose 90% of my money. But most people just.
Matt Knock Tribe didn't listen to you.
Yeah, Matt. Would have been happy to help him. That guy's rich as hell.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you try to save him from a very expensive mistake. Yeah, I guess the only other thing would be I need to do more research on the board of directors and what, you know, with Sava, there was all the fraud. It doesn't sound like that here. So just that they're kind of honest and forthcoming with the results. Don't try and drag this out. And, we did a subgroup analysis, and in this group, they did well. You know, we didn't do any Bonferroni correction for multiple testing, but we found this group went really well, and we're going to pursue that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, one question is, how do you get across the blood-brain barrier?
Oh, the blood-brain barrier?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing where we were thinking, like, you know, these big proteins really don't do well crossing the blood-brain barrier. But probably some of it does, and you don't need a lot to neutralize, because TNF is there's not a lot in the brain. So I don't know how much of that you would need to cross. But yeah, that if it doesn't even cross the blood-brain barrier, then that's even more of a reason that this drug does.
Yeah. I don't know.
Shkreli, have you checked out Spotify at all?
Not a little bit.
They're showing some pretty nice numbers for 2024. They're showing profitability, which is pretty
I think
impressive.
that's why
And
it's pretty expensive.
yeah, I think it's a 116p ratio, but I don't really pay attention to that because I'm watching the multiples kind of collapse a little bit, and I think it's going to continue to collapse. I don't really follow Peter Thiel much.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but okay.
I mean, like the price multiples, they're collapsing. They're getting really small. Well, not really getting small, but.
Are you talking about PE?
Like, no, like price to net income, price to free cash flow.
That's what PE is, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know, I think it's really good. I really like their product. They have a lot of user growth, and they're expanding their net income really well.
It does seem like the market understands that pretty well. It's 150 billion market cap.
I know it's a hot take, but I think it's still undervalued. Because I could only see it continue to grow, even in 2022 when everything kind of took a little dump and
Let's see, at
things kind of slowed
150
down.
billion market cap, that means, I don't know, what they maybe have addressable market of $1 billion. That Spotify's relationship with everyone is worth 100 some odd dollars, basically. That seems overvalued to me because ultimately they do have to pass through almost everything they get has to go to the artist. So I don't know.
They still have nice margins. I mean, their gross margin is around 30%. It's continuing to grow.
Yeah, 30%. If it grows much more, you're going to get artists that say, wait a second, I don't need Spotify. And I don't want Spotify. I'm going to do this myself. So their margins have a natural cap where Spotify is, if they screw the artist enough, the artist is going to say, hey, I don't want to use this thing. 30% of my money is going to some fucking guy in Sweden.
Yeah, that could happen as well. I mean, I completely agree. But their operating leverage is also really good. I mean, 2024 kind of proved that. Their expenses dropped and their revenues, went 18%. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Also, their premium is the highest margin sector because they make money on ads and they also make money on premium subscriptions, and nobody listens to Spotify without premium. I mean, I don't really know anybody who doesn't have a Spotify subscription. Apple Music's good too, but everybody has this app and they use it basically every day.
Okay. Back to Inmune. Soluble TNF causes inflammation, cell death, and demyelination. Transmembrane TNF promotes immune function, is neuroprotective, and improves synaptic plasticity. That's doing a lot of heavy lifting. How do you activate this
On
receptor?
the blood-brain barrier question, like in the Discord, I pasted that photo. I think it's from one of their patents. But you were saying that that's enough to show there is some crossing it. I just don't know that that's more than any other sort of antibody protein.
Yeah, it's not a small amount.
Yeah, because you look at serum is thousands of nanograms per milliliter, and then they have to really mess with the scale to get down to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
Yeah.
Like 1,000-fold less. Sorry, and it didn't rotate.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
And that was, I think, in mice, like the
I was going to say, what was the
causes.
original dose administered?
Oh, the amount that they gave the animal? Yeah. That's a good question. I have to look back at that. But yeah, it's in their methods
that's
of
pretty
use.
important.
Yeah.
Low nanograms per milliliter is not great, but arguably it's fine. But mice are not men.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of questions there. I mean,
Normally they would have just done like an ELISA or something if they wanted to measure it in that phase 1 when they drew the CSF, they could just measure the amount in the CSF directly.
I love this. Currently approved TNF inhibitors are contraindicated for neurological disease because they promote myelination. What the fuck? And promote axon degeneration, bro. You're gonna hurt these poor people. I think the willingness of people to believe, like just blindly believe, like published work that's not been replicated is like very sad.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, people who have not produced published work don't realize how many times you try and find a significant value and really don't correct for that or talk about it in the methods, and then someone reads it as if it's gospel. It's funny.
You're sort of incentivized to lie because you get funding, whereas in the
Publish or perish.
Yeah, in the corporate world, it's the opposite. You really are incentivized to make sure that you get it right, because if you spend $50 million, wasting money on some project, then you're never going to do another $50 million project to that.
So, Shirley, I got a consonant for you, consonant replacement. INMD. I mentioned this in the chat. This is 5 times earnings. I think still also a single-digit multiple to cash flow. Med devices out of Israel.
All right, we can look at it after this saga is done. One saga at a time. When you do one of these, you have to really focus on it. You can't just like flippantly kind of like go back and forth. You have to be super tied in, glued in, focused. So let me see this little thing they showed. So this is some weird model of Cooper zone induced demyelination. Okay. Trying to figure out how they did this. And what it means. What means. Well, here's whatever they're saying demyelination was.
Yeah, and that's like more like an MS type model. Like Alzheimer's is not this strong demyelinating disease.
Correct.
So some of this
if
is like
it's axonal, maybe, axonal survival. That doesn't sound off. I don't know. But you're right about myelination. I mean, that's not. Okay, so is CPZ, is this time? And is the idea that, okay, look at how bad the state is. Like, this is really like cherry picked. No difference. No difference. This one has a difference. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what are we supposed to be impressed by?
I mean, those all look very similar.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
cool.
so
we can't
This is
accept.
this is dosing. Yeah, no, this one looks better for X Pro, the middle one. But why isn't it better at 3 and why isn't it better at 6?
Oh, it doesn't alter demyelination, but promotes myelin recovery.
Well, irrespective, the signal should be pretty uniform. Let me see if I can find the methods. Some of these are really kind of cringe. Again, dose response problems. Let me see if I make sure I know what I'm looking at here.
So I'm trying to find the dose they used in the IP so for that blood-brain barrier.
So it didn't prevent oligodendrocyte loss, but it did permit early remyelination. Like what? How would it improve phagocytosis if it doesn't make any fucking sense? The whole point of TNF is that TNFR1 has a death receptor and can do apoptosis and necroptosis, whereas TNFR2 literally cannot do that. So it's just like a lot of mixed signals about how it quote unquote works. Yeah, I've definitely seen enough to make a call. I don't know if I want to write a long screed on this.
You can have ChatGPT start a draft for you.
Maybe. I don't know. No bulls. Well, we'll know in a really short period of time, right? No later than 2 weeks.
Right around the corner.
Yeah.
8 business days.
Yeah, really soon.
Gave 10 mgs per kg.
Yikes.
That's a lot.
Yes, it's a huge amount. 10 mgs per kg to get to 3 nanometers. Oof, 3 nanometers.
Yeah, mice received subcutaneous saline or X-Pro sub-Q 10 mgs per kg twice weekly for 2 months. When administered peripherally, X-Pro is detectable in the brain, 1 in 6 nanograms per milliliter, which is sufficient to neutralize native soluble, that's in their paper here, through the soluble heterotimer.
Okay, so 10 mgs per kg, and they're giving 1 mg here or 1 mg per kg?
In this picture?
No, in human.
Oh, in human, yes, 1. 1 was the high dose, 1 mg per kg. Whoa, so they're giving 10 times more?
Is it per kg or just 1 mg?
In humans, it's 1 mg per kg.
Okay, are you sure?
At least that's what that picture there. Yeah, it says 1 mg per kg right there. But let me double check that.
Okay, yeah, in clinical trials like COVID, that's what it says. Yeah, so
Yeah,
the
one
allometric scaling is.
In humans, though, I think it's IV, right? This is sub-Q in the
No.
mice.
No, I think it's sub-Q.
In human?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah. Oh yeah, via subcutaneous injection once a week for 12 weeks. In mice, it was twice a week. So would you expect that to be a lower, I mean, obviously you can't compare, human and mouse blood-brain barrier dynamics, 1-to-1, but it should have a much lower dose there, right? In the serum, if you're only giving a tenth of the concentration. Or even less would get to the blood-brain, to the brain.
Yes. The estimated human CSF Cmax 0.4 nanograms per milliliter. But I don't even know if they're showing a Cmax. I assume that's Cmax in terms of dose. What is it says levels. Great. Usually levels.
Oh, I need to send you this. Sorry.
Levels mean Cmax, but it could mean something else. More levels. Could be Cmin. Either way. So usually when you do these things, you're trying to do Tmax, Cmax, Cmin, AUC, it's basic PK. The data, they just never have any of this data. It just makes you wonder.
It's from the paper that I was looking at in mice, X-Pro in the brain.
Again with these levels. Yeah, so similar amount, 2, 3.
It's a massive decrease.
From brain to serum?
Yeah, I mean, it's going from 10 to the 4th to single digits, so
Kind of
1,000.
What you would expect, I think, right?
With a protein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that you also have differences in plasma binding. Right? So
yeah.
Plasma binding is something everyone forgets about in PK.
I mean, so that amount may be enough to neutralize in the brain, even though it's a very small amount.
It should be. No bulls, last call. No? All right, well, you had your chance. See you next binary, I'm sure. Bye, guys.
I'm going to try and go onto the INMB server and see if we can recruit anyone. I have to make up a new Discord name, but
Yeah. I'm sure there's people here who would go and spy.
I've got to run for a bit, but thanks so much for
Yeah,
taking the
brother.
time.
See you later.
Catch up with you later. All right, bye.
All right. What was that? Chapman keeps selling. Corey's nuts. Cold. Yeah, not much liquidity, Boiled. Not much liquidity at this price. But, I mean, it's basically a worthless company, so 160 million is about 155 million too much. They don't have much cash either. I feel bad for them. This is why you get a pipeline. Allegedly, they have a pipeline too, but it doesn't look very good. Be right back. Monitoring the situation.
more and more intelligence. Maybe that's AGI, maybe it's something different at that point. I think you're going to come up with the idea of language models with transformers, the idea of scaling the pre-training on those language models, so GPT-1 and GPT-2, basically, and then the idea of reasoning, and sort of woven throughout that, increasing more and more multimodal capabilities. And I think even in 2035, we're not going to see any new trends beyond those. And the reason I think this is, if you go back to 2020, so GPT-3 has just been trained. Imagine yourself sitting, we're at OpenAI, we haven't released this thing, but we know something apocalyptic has happened. And it was fairly obvious internally what the roadmap was. We knew that at this point, going from GPT-3 to GPT-4 by increasing pre-training was absolutely critical. We could see that we needed to increase multimodality, ultimately ending in a model that could use a computer.
Market data connection lost. Market data connection re-established.